artists. We are grateful to SAM Commissioner Doug Robson for his generous support of this symposium, the Margaret Z. Robson Symposium series. It is my pleasure to welcome the 8 presenters that make up today's program. But before we begin, I want to offer a little background on this project. The exhibition, A Good Day's Work, along with its accompanying catalog, examines Anna Mary Robertson Moses in the context of the life that shaped her. They unravel the myths of the artist as an American ideal and reveal a woman who experienced and witnessed much in her century-long lifetime, but focused in her paintings on the good memories. As the presentations today will further illuminate, she made paintings that merged personal and national history, captured the public imagination of her day, and left a lasting impression upon the history of American art. SAM's project has been in the making for over a decade, in large part because before it was an exhibition, it was a collection initiative aimed at making SAM a destination repository for Moses's art. In 2013, Leslie Umberger, SAM's outstanding senior curator of folk and self-taught art, recognized that Moses was among the important self-taught American artists who was still too often sidelined by major museums, and advocated for SAM to invest deeply in this artist. As one of the first major museums to champion and collect works in the folk and self-taught traditions, SAM welcomed the opportunity to shed new light on Grandma Moses's practice and engage new generations by becoming a major resource for studying her art and legacy. I'm proud to share that SAM's collection will comprise 33 of Grandma Moses's most celebrated artworks, all of which are included in the exhibition. And I encourage you to take time to see the exhibition upstairs on the first floor if you haven't already done so. This effort would not have been possible without the support of Jane Kallir, and without the foresight of her grandfather, Otto Kallir, who, as Jane herself will tell you this morning, represented Moses and safeguarded essential reserves of her art. Jane Kallir is president of the Kallir Research Institute and director of the Gallery Saint Etienne, and she will begin this morning's session, followed by presentations from Leslie Umberger, SAM's senior curator of folk and self-taught art, and co-curator of A Good Day's Work, Jamie Franklin, curator at the Bennington Museum, and Josie Johnson, assistant curator of modern art at the Crystal Bridges Museum of American Art. There will be a break for lunch at noon, and we will begin again promptly at 1:30 p.m. In this afternoon's session, Randy Griffey, co-curator of A Good Day's Work and program director for American Art at the Henry Luce Foundation, will kick things off, followed by presentations by Eleanor Harvey, SAM's senior curator of 18th and 19th century American art, Catherine Gentleson, senior curator of American art, and the Mary and Dan Boone curator of folk and self-taught art at the High Museum of Art, and Robert Cozzolino, independent curator, art historian, and critic. For more information on our speakers, please consult today's program. Following the presentations, Larissa Randall, assistant curator of American art at the Crystal Bridges Museum of American Art, will moderate a question and answer session, followed by a reception in the lobby. I will now hand it over to Larissa to share some brief housekeeping notes and help kick off our first presentation. Please enjoy.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to all of you in person, as well as those joining us virtually today for the Grandma Moses A Good Day's Work Symposium at the Smithsonian American Art Museum. My name is Larissa Randall. I'm the assistant curator of American art at Crystal Bridges Museum of American Art in Bentonville, Arkansas, and I'm the moderator for today's Q&A session. Today, we gratefully acknowledge the diverse and vibrant Native communities who make their home here, the Native peoples on whose ancestral homelands we are gathered today, and the labor of people who were enslaved in constructing this historic building. Please note that the views expressed in the program today are those of the presenters and do not necessarily reflect those of the Smithsonian Institution or the Smithsonian American Art Museum. Before we begin, a few housekeeping notes. A reminder to please silence and turn off all cell phones before we get started. There's no flash photography permitted during the program, and no food or drinks are allowed in the auditorium here except water. We will hold a Q&A at the end of the program, and for those of us joining online, if you're subscribed to our YouTube channel, please use the chat function to ask questions. We will collect your questions throughout the day, and I will then ask them to each other during the closing Q&A. For those of us in person, you can use your comment card that was located inside of your program and write down your question. Staff will collect your cards throughout the day, and if you need a new card, please flag down a staff member or grab a blank card from the table in the lobby. Now, I'd like to welcome our first presenter, Jane Kallir.
Thanks, Larissa. Thank you all for coming here this morning. And most of all, I'd like to thank the team here at SAM for shepherding this exhibition from its earliest beginnings over 10 years ago to this sort of culminating moment, and especially Leslie Umberger for being such a fabulous curator and steadying hand throughout the whole process. There I go. Okay. As Jane Carpenter-Rock said, I am director of the Gallery Saint-Étienne and president of the Kallir Research Institute, and I pretty much grew up with Grandma Moses, who was represented by my grandfather, the art dealer Otto Kallir. My parents, however, didn't think much of her. When I was a kid in the 1950s, Grandma Moses seemed to be everywhere. On television, on the radio, in the newspapers, and on the covers of national magazines like Time and Life. You could see her, a diminutive figure, posing next to President Truman. And there she was again in an Academy Award-nominated documentary. Her 1952 autobiography, Grandma Moses, My Life's History, became a bestseller, inspiring a televised docudrama starring Lillian Gish. Consumers could buy reproductions of her paintings on drapery fabric, wall coverings, dinnerware, even children's dresses. Millions of Moses greeting cards were sold annually. A decade before Andy Warhol, Grandma Moses bridged the gap between high and low art, achieving a level of popular celebrity never before accorded a quote-unquote serious painter. The American intelligentsia, including my own parents, had trouble accepting this. In 1977, shortly after graduating from college, I went to work for my grandfather's gallery, the Gallery Saint-Étienne in New York City, and for the first time, I properly, deeply looked at a Grandma Moses painting. Grandma Moses Goes to the Big City was hanging in the middle of the gallery. I marveled at the complexity of this composition and the mastery of its execution. At the center is Moses herself, a rare self-portrait, but her importance is overshadowed by the sweep of the surrounding landscape. Farmers farm, children play, sheep and cattle graze, all oblivious to the elderly lady about to embark for her first public appearance as an artist at Gimbel's department store in Manhattan. Whereas the anecdotal details are very abstract, the landscape is highly and evocatively realistic. There are countless shades of green, darkening as the fields recede into the hills beyond. A yellowish patch of what might be hay in the distance is balanced by the brownish gold of newly plowed earth in the foreground. Contrary to what my parents had led me to believe, Grandma Moses was a great artist, and I thought she deserved to be studied with the same rigor reserved at that time for her academically trained peers. In 1982, I published Grandma Moses, The Artist Behind the Myth, my first book on the painter. Like many Americans, I was steeped in that myth, but I wanted to know who Grandma Moses really was. Anna Mary Robertson Moses actually told us quite a bit about herself. My grandfather had encouraged her to write down the memories that became my life's history. His promotion of her relied on those autobiographical vignettes and on the art itself. The hyperbole, both positive and negative, came from others. Quote, I, Anna Mary Robertson, was born back in the green meadows and wild woods on a farm in Washington County in the year of 1860, September 7th, of Scotch-Irish ancestry, Moses tells us in the opening passages of my life's history. Her father, Russell King Robertson, she says, had a flax mill there. Quote, he was a farmer and inventor, a dreamer, a believer in beauty and refinement, unquote. On the other hand, Mary Shanahan Robertson was made of sterner stuff. While Russell encouraged Anna Mary's childhood interest in picture making, her mother, quote, thought I should spend my time in other ways. Moses starts off her autobiography with a lengthy discussion of her ancestors, who included not just immigrants from Scotland and Ireland, but also Native Americans. By the time she was born, on the eve of the Civil War, her family had been farming this part of New York State for over a century. Anna Mary was literally rooted in that soil, and thus in the landscapes she would so lovingly paint decades later. She was, furthermore, grounded in the foundational historical events that had taken place in her local community. Moses's great-grandfather, Hezekiah King, had fought the British in the Revolutionary War. Another great-grandfather, Archibald Robertson, served as a lookout during that war. The painting, Black Horses, which you see on the right, recalls an incident that took place in 1777 when Archibald, who'd been plowing, turned his two horses loose and rode one of them into town to warn everyone that the British were coming. But history doesn't stop with the past. It continues to evolve and swirl around us all our lives. Otto Kallir, a Jewish art dealer who'd fled Nazi Austria 2 years before he encountered Anna Mary Robertson Moses, understood deeply that we all live within history. I think that's what prompted him to grab my grandmother, father, and aunt and get out as soon as he could after Hitler annexed Austria in 1938. Grandma Moses's personal clashes with history were different, but no less complex. Some of the artist's earliest memories involved the Civil War. Her aunt, Ruhema, lived on the family's New York farm because Confederate soldiers had burned her out of her Missouri homestead. Anna Mary was 4 years old when Lincoln was assassinated, and she vividly remembered her mother exclaiming when she heard the news, "Oh, what will become of us all now?" Some 23 years later, Anna Mary set off for the vanquished South with her new husband, Thomas Salmon Moses. Leslie Umberger is going to be discussing this period in detail, so I'll limit myself to just a few remarks. Anna Mary and Thomas Moses arrived in Virginia's Shenandoah Valley when the relatively egalitarian policies of the Reconstruction era were giving way to Jim Crow. Northerners, like the Moseses, were often derided as carpetbaggers, but Southerners needed the skilled farm labor these outsiders could provide because plantation owners didn't know how to work the land, and many white men had died in the war. Like a lot of formerly enslaved workers, the Moseses started off as tenant farmers. But being white, they had more opportunities to succeed, and eventually they were able to buy their own farm. Judging by the anecdotes in my life's history, Moses admired the black Southerners' work ethic, yet she had to abide by customs that treated them as inferiors. In 1905, Anna Mary and Thomas returned to upstate New York with their 5 children. Another 5 had died in infancy or been stillborn. The couple bought a farm in Eagle Bridge, not far from where both of them had grown up. Moses' biographies tend to fast forward from here to the start of her painting career. The bulk of my life's history is devoted to the artist's childhood and her experiences in the South. Still, it's worth pausing a moment to consider the momentous changes that Moses confronted between 1905 and her first exhibition at the Gallery Saint-Étienne in 1940. Some of those changes were technological, like the dawn of aviation and the first mass-produced automobiles, or radio, movies, telephone, electricity. Then there were the human cataclysms, the First World War, the 1918 influenza pandemic, the Great Depression, and personal ones, the death of Anna Mary's parents in 1909, of Thomas in 1927, and of her daughter Anna in 1933. There are, in fact, subliminal connections between those last 2 events and Moses's painting career. For most of her adult life, Moses had been too busy with farm and housework to find time for painting. Occasionally she'd make pictures to pretty up the home, but she, quote, thought of it no more than of doing fancy work. Thomas, who was preoccupied with his own chores, paid no attention to his wife's artistic efforts until the very last weeks of his life. Then, suddenly, he became really interested and encouraging. Decades later, when she'd become one of the most famous artists in the world, Grandma Moses wondered whether, quote, he had something to do about this painting business. I wonder if he's come back. I wonder if he's watching over me. Moses's first extended engagement with picture making involved yarn rather than paint. In 1932, she went to Bennington to care for Anna, who was terminally ill with tuberculosis. Anna had seen an embroidered picture somewhere and challenged her mother to do better, and so it started. Eventually, Moses switched to paint because arthritis made it difficult to wield a needle. Moses was quote-unquote discovered in 1938 by Louis Calder, a traveling collector who chanced upon her paintings at a Hoosick Falls drugstore. Caroline Thomas, who owned the store, invited Moses to display her work there as part of a local women's exchange. Calder bought everything and brought the pictures back to New York City. Work by self-taught artists was then something of an art world fad. There had already been 2 exhibitions at the Museum of Modern Art, one in 1932 and another in 1938. Calder showed the Moses pictures to Sidney Janis, a MoMA trustee, who included several in a 1938 follow-up to the 38 show. But getting commercial gallery representation for an artist approaching her 80th birthday was a long shot. And that's where my grandfather comes in. He wasn't put off by the artist's age, although at first he worried that Calder, a Hungarian immigrant with a thick accent and a suspicious handlebar mustache, might be a Nazi spy. Calder was also confused by the unevenness of Moses's work. He didn't quite know what to make of the embroideries, but there were also extraordinary paintings, such as bringing in the maple sugar. This evocative rendering of an overcast winter day, with its deft integration of figural and landscape elements, reminded my grandfather of Bruegel's famous painting, Hunters in Snow, at Vienna's Kunsthistorisches Museum. Sugaring off, one of Moses's most popular recurring themes, was originally inspired by a Kallir and Ives lithograph. But tapping maple trees for their sweet sap was an activity that the artist herself had participated in since girlhood, and even in the earliest of these works, she made the subject her own. Note how she here expands the Kallir and Ives composition, extending the landscape deep into the hills and incorporating additional elements like the kettle of boiling syrup and group of eagerly awaiting children on the right. As Grandma Moses continued to paint, she grew increasingly dissatisfied with her printed sources. Close-up scenes, like those in many Kallir and Ives lithos, tend to obscure the surrounding landscape. On the other hand, more panoramic views like these typically don't allow for much foreground detail. The single-point perspective, typical of Western landscape compositions, demands an either-or choice. But Moses wanted to depict both foreground and background. She didn't want to be limited by what the human eye can see from a specific vantage point, but rather sought to capture everything that her mind's eye considered essential. So, Moses began inventing her own compositions, pulling the landscape back into a broad, quilt-like expanse while populating it with all the little figures, children, grown-ups, dogs, horses, sleighs, and so on, that belonged to the subject. Thus was born the famous Grandma Moses style. By 1942, Moses had entirely stopped copying pre-existing compositions, but she still relied on printed sources for details like people, animals, farm equipment, and buildings. To that end, she assembled a large collection, hundreds, of newspaper and magazine clippings like the one you see in the upper right. Typically, she'd sift through those clippings, selecting images that fit the topic at hand, and then move them around on her painting surface until she had a pleasing composition. Then, she traced the outlines in place using carbon paper. Because the artist traced only silhouettes, the illustrative specificity of the originals was lost. Filled in with a few flat dabs of paint, the characters in a Moses painting become generic ciphers with whom anyone can identify. The artist's scenes are brought to life by the natural elements, the colors of the season, time of day, and the weather, observed and painted with an attention to detail honed by decades of farming. The subjects may evoke bygone days, but the realistic immediacy of the landscape anchors a Grandma Moses painting firmly in the present. By linking past to present, Moses offered a war-weary public hope for the future. One may well wonder what drew Otto Kallir, a Jewish refugee who in 1940 had yet to master English, to Grandma Moses, who is often seen as a quintessential avatar of Americana. In part, the answer may lie in the immigrant's tendency to believe more fervently in the American dream than many native-born citizens. Indeed, my grandfather helped Moses achieve that dream, shepherding her from rural obscurity to international fame. Moses and Kallir were both relative outsiders, but post-war America was beginning to embrace a more egalitarian, expansive view of national identity. Not just Jews, but previously ostracized Italian and Irish immigrants were being accepted into the mainstream. Women were increasingly seeking fulfillment outside the domestic sphere, while segregation was starting to succumb to legal and popular opposition. These intertwined developments would culminate in the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Many Americans wanted to believe, as Dr. Martin Luther King often said, that, quote, the arc of history bends toward justice. Moses' grounding in America's past backed up her faith in the nation's ideals, but she was no stranger to history's dark side. Both she and my grandfather had suffered profound losses. By 1945, Grandma Moses had lived through 3 major wars and the deaths of numerous close family members. Otto Kallir lost the country of his birth and later had to come to terms with the extermination or death in war of countless relatives and friends. Moses' paintings weren't about denying such trauma, but about overcoming it. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Leslie Umberger. I'm Sam's curator of folk and self-taught art, and as Jane mentioned, co-curator of Grandma Moses, A Good Day's Work. So by the time Anna Mary Robertson Moses became known to her fans as Grandma Moses, painter of family memories and bygone days, she had banked 8 decades of life, love, loss, and more days of hard work than it's fully possible to imagine. And at every step along the way, Moses had to navigate the complexities of being a woman who was smart, capable, and self-directed, but who also had limited education and worldly experience. Additionally, she was making her way in a man's world across dynamically changing eras that spanned the presidencies of Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy and the Civil War era to that of the Cold War. Moses was the first artist to become a major celebrity in the United States, but the persona that the media capitalized on, a sunny, no-nonsense Yankee farm matriarch turned memory painter, flattens the life story that informs and enlivens the paintings she made. Moses described her standout memory in her autobiography, My Life's History. The catalog for Grandma Moses, A Good Day's Work, builds upon the artist's vignettes to convey a fuller picture of her life and her legacy. We relied on Moses's own words to guide the project, but it's important to point out that her memoir was written anecdotally at different moments in time and as recollections rather than as observations made in the moment. Also important to note is that Moses wrote about her memories and she painted them, but she offers only scant direct commentary on the content of her paintings. Today I'll share a bit more about the chapter of Moses's life that before now has gone underexplored, the 18 years that she and her family lived in Augusta County, Virginia, along the northwestern edge of the Commonwealth between 1887 and 1905. For a good day's work, curatorial assistant Maria Eipert and I built upon the research of Franklin Johnston, an Augusta County historian who learned of Moses's years in Virginia, but beyond what Moses had written, couldn't find much else written about those years. In the early 2000s, he began researching Moses's time in his home county, and Johnston became the first person, other than Moses, to publish articles about her whereabouts and relationships in Virginia. His important work, along with assistance from staff at the Augusta County Historical Society and the Augusta County Circuit Court, allowed us to delve more deeply into the discrepancies and holes in the record and create an overarching narrative that corresponds directly with the art that recalls it. Anna Mary and her husband-to-be, Thomas Selman Moses, met when they were working as farmhands near their natal homes in New York State. They were in their late 20s when they decided to wed, so they lost no time seeking a new life. A decade into post-Reconstruction, southern states needed capable farm workers to manage struggling operations, so our newlyweds saw this as an opportunity for which they were perfectly suited. As African Americans had departed the South in search of better lives, the former Confederate states found themselves in dire need of Northern capital and workers of all kinds. The South had been depleted not only of a labor force, however, but also of a knowledge bank. The population that had departed had held decades of accumulated skills and expertise. In November 1887, the day after marrying, the couple headed towards North Carolina in answer for such a call for farm managers. The railroad that made Stanton, Virginia, a commercial hub during the Civil War took the couple through the seat of Augusta County. While staying over, they met a local grocer who persuaded them to look no further than his brother's vacant farm. Anna Mary was bewitched by the beauty of the Shenandoah Valley, so she and Thomas agreed to take on at this small farm nestled between the Allegheny Mountains and the Blue Ridge. Although the Civil War had ended over 20 years prior, the region was still recovering from extensive physical, emotional, and financial devastation. Virginia had been the war's primary locus of fighting, with about 30% of all of the major battles taking place there. But if there were overt physical reminders of the war in the places that Moses would come to live and work in, she never mentioned them. Regardless, the cultural dynamics of the era remained complex, with tensions between white landowners and African Americans who remained in the region on the one hand, and a different set of tensions between Southern locals and the incoming Northerners who were needed but not always wanted on the other. As a transportation and commerce crossroads, Stanton had been a prized possession of the Confederacy before federal forces stripped it of its war-making capacities in 1864, which left many residents destitute. If Moses experienced any hostilities as a Northerner coming in to fix things, she didn't write about them. She did mention, however, that she fought against the Southern accent in her children, and that at least when they first lived there, she, quote, didn't mingle, suggesting at least an undertone of strain. What she did remark on was the strife she observed between local African Americans and a sector of white people who had not bounced back to financial stability, and she characterized these two demographics as being always in a jangle. Having only lived in rural settings, you couldn't call Moses street smart, but she absolutely was farm smart. She was well suited to disarming people with her wit, practical approach to all situations, and a can-do disposition, skill sets that fostered an effective social network and established her as the driving force behind her family's financial stability. Moses had little formal education, but she believed in staying quiet when she was angry, reserving judgment if she didn't understand something, and generally loving thy neighbor, traits that owe to her family upbringing and a childhood of attending a regional church that welcomed all denominations. In her writings, Moses described people in terms of how she knew them, their skills, their roles, their competency or lack thereof, and their character as she understood it. Her criticisms are even-handed with regards to race, her characterizations are individualized and specific, and she remarks on positive moments far more than any negative ones. Moses was just 5 when the Civil War ended, but pivotal moments did stay with her, including the time her Aunt Ruhama's family had to flee the contested territory of Missouri, as well as the assassination of President Lincoln. The paintings that recall the first 2 decades of her matriarchal life, like most of her artworks, were made decades after the lived moment had passed. Their distillations, standout but softened memories of how she wanted to remember things, not exhaustive accounts. And in some cases, they show stories passed down to her through others. Always, though, Moses was a thoughtful editor. She knew what she wanted her paintings to be, both for herself and for anyone else who happened to like them. About her choices, Moses was plain. She wrote, "You don't get to be 95 without having some sad memories and knowing ugly things. But I don't believe in painting ugliness." Moses made about 40 paintings recalling her life in Virginia. Her depictions of unscathed landscapes and predominantly white workers leave lingering questions about what she included and what she left out. But Moses viewed herself as a laborer, and when she took up painting, her identity as a productive, mission-driven person didn't end, it evolved. Her paintings showing tended land, shared workloads, and favorable outcomes among and within a community that identified with a war recovery effort inherently convey her personal perspective. Despite 18 years in the seat of Civil War territory, Moses almost never directly referenced the war. These 2 paintings were originally painted as a single work, but Moses cut the board in half when, in her first encounter selling her artworks, she came up 1 shy of the number expected by the arriving collector. According to Moses, the left side shows the point where the Shenandoah River intersects the Blue Ridge Mountains at the foot of Bolivar Heights, a strategic site overlooking Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, where a major battle took place in the fall of 1861. Moses titled the right-hand side, "1861 News of the Battle," making a rare direct reference to the war. Although news coming to one's doorstep was rarely good, Moses leaves us to guess at the specifics. What she conveys with great clarity, however, is the abiding tension that afflicts all families during wartime. This 1870 map of Augusta County predates Moses's arrival there, but generally reflects the landscape of her time. The numbers show the order and location of the 5 farms that she and her family would reside on in the coming 18 years. The farm that enticed Anna Mary and Thomas to forego their North Carolina plans was near the town of Swope. They bought hens, horses, and cows, and Moses began a trade she knew very well, making butter. When she first asked a local grocer if she might trade some of it for groceries, he told her that butter was already at a surplus in the area. When he tasted hers, however, he quickly changed his tune, dubbing her Yankee butter the best he'd ever tasted. And he subsequently became her biggest client. It seems that the skill set for making properly smooth and sweet butter had diminished after the war ended, and Moses, in fact, noted that the local butter she tasted was routinely rancid. Soon, she had a booming business, including supplying a resort just over the state line in West Virginia. The strength of this business drove the Moseses to relocate to a larger dairy farm where they could maximize their efforts. Anna Mary referred to the second farm as Belvedere, or sometimes just the dairy farm. It was a large-scale operation that allowed the Moseses to expand their butter production very considerably. They bought additional stock and machinery, and Thomas's sister and her husband moved from New York to join in the ample work. Thomas had a mold made to imprint the name Moses on every block, suggesting the pride they took in their craft food business. Moses estimated selling about 160 pounds of butter every week. After having to churn 3 or 4 times a day to meet demand for a while, she bought herself a bigger churn. Moses said that the work was grueling, but that she actually really liked it. She turned away while gazing out at her view across the sweeping valley. She said she especially loved it when a train cut through, sending plumes of white smoke up against the mountains and blue sky. How I wished I could paint a picture of it, she wrote. The eldest children, Winona and Lloyd, who we have a picture of Winona here, we didn't find one of Lloyd as a baby, were born at Belvedere, as was another son who died in infancy. Conflicting accounts and shifting plot lines make the precise location of Belvedere quite hard to pin down, but here we've dialed in on what we think is the most likely of 3 compelling possibilities. Belvedere appears in 9 paintings, including this one in the collection of the Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco. Here, Moses shows a substantial array of barns, pastures, and a steam train cutting through the property. She doesn't happen to show any cows in this one, but she does show a heavily loaded horse cart fording the river, which was a perilous effort when the water ran high. She describes the house as having 12-foot ceilings, a dairy room with running water, and porches on 3 sides of the house, all with glass doors. It's unclear why the family had to move from Belvedere, but it was likely prompted by a change in ownership. The longest lasting of the Virginia residences was the Dudley Farm near Stanton, which sat along a big bend in the Middle River. The Dudley place was much smaller than Belvedere, so Anna Mary and Thomas scaled back from butter production to delivering milk and cream, which was work that Thomas knew well from his New York days. Their relatives continued to work with them, delivering almost 100 bottles a day, collecting and cleaning all the empties, and then readying for the next delivery. Moses said that the work did not require the same level of skill, but it was nonetheless relentless and consuming. Son Forrest and daughter Anna were both born at the Dudley Farm in 1893 and 95. Between them, the Moseses suffered the loss of a baby girl. Here we see the oldest 3 children, Winona, Lloyd, and Forrest on the right, Thomas with Anna in the middle photograph, and Anna, Lloyd, and Forrest in the right. Several paintings show the Dudley farmhouse with its red brick and green shutters. In Calhoun, Moses shows the wending Middle River, the Dudley farmhouse to the left, and in the foreground, Calhoun, which was the neighboring farm. In the fields of Calhoun, a crew of 12 white men busily pick and process cotton with the help of a late model gin. The Dudley house also backdrops this rare family photograph. To the best of our knowledge, it shows Thomas at the far left and Anna Mary next to them, holding either their youngest or possibly their second to youngest at that moment child. Their in-laws and a commingling of other children are in the center, along with 3 African-American employees across the arrangement. We couldn't verify the identities of the employees, but 2 of them are most likely individuals who Moses speaks of in her memoir, at least one of whom lived with the family in the Dudley house the whole time they lived there. The unusually precise details Moses shows for this particular residence are thanks to that photograph. She conveys the house's pine green shutters and lyre-shaped porch ornaments, the shrubbery, the vining wisteria, and the rocking horse that appears in the doorway. Moses would eventually become known for distinctly northern scenes like the tapping of maple trees in spring to harvest the sap for maple syrup. But she appreciated and adopted southern traditions too. Apple butter making was a late summer Shenandoah Valley activity that Moses relished. This 1947 painting recalls her family engaging in the practice on the Dudley farm against the cool haze of the Blue Ridge, using local apples that were particularly well suited to making the tangy condiment. In her autobiography, Moses describes the process, making cider from ground apples, stirring the mixture in an iron kettle in the orchard for several days, and then seasoning the puree with sugar, cinnamon, and clove oil. While her sugaring off paintings made her famous, this painting feels especially close to her heart, revealing a deep-seated fondness for this place and the days when her children were young. In 1900, Dudley family members returned to live in their farmhouse, and by then, Anna Mary and Thomas could afford to purchase a home, so they bought a 125-acre place from the Dangerfield family, which they called Mount Airy. Of the five farmhouses they resided in, only 2 survive today, this being one of them, which is now on the National Register. Youngest son Hugh was born not long after they settled in, though here he's already about 3 or 4. Moses was very happy in the Shenandoah Valley, and it was all her children knew. Her husband, however, longed to return to the north. So in 1902, they sold Mount Airy and purchased a smaller place from which they could more easily prepare for the big move. The last family home in Virginia was a small farm of about 20 acres. The local mailman boarded with them, and he dubbed the place Mount Nebo after the site where the biblical Moses had lived his final days. We are left to guess at any interior decor of the Virginia farmhouses, but Moses had enjoyed painting since she was young, and she's known to have taken inspiration from her father, who painted the walls of her childhood home in lieu of wallpaper. Some later examples of painted interior objects, such as this fireplace cover and her hand-painted work table, lend credence to oral accounts saying that Moses painted murals on the walls of at least one of her Virginia homes. Anna Mary launched another business venture in those waning Virginia days as well, making potato chips. She marketed the fried slices, which were new to Southerners, to the same resort that had purchased her butter, and once again played a primary role in her family's success. Moses's business acumen was not a secondary trait. It was central to who she was. But her work always had a component of creativity. She explained that from the time they were first married, she couldn't bear the thought of sitting around while Thomas handed out the money. I wanted to be the big toad, she said. When it came to Thomas's desire to return to New York State, however, she did acquiesce. In 1905, they bought a farm in Eagle Bridge near Anna Mary Robertson's birthplace, and they packed up. She recalled the laborious move in detail, writing, "We chartered a railroad car. We bought all the stuff we had, a piano, the beds, the necessary things. Thomas went with the car, but he smuggled in the 2 little boys, Forrest and Lloyd. They had a little kerosene oil stove for warmth. In one corner, the cow was tied up with the feed and the fork for the manure. In another corner was the chicken coop. The little black and tan dog went with them too. Hugh, Anna, and Ona went with me on the train." Just as she and Thomas had been, as she put it, strangers in a strange land when they moved to Virginia, Moses knew her children would have a similar experience when they went back north. And of course, as she readied her 5 offspring to leave home, she was pained by leaving behind the 5 who hadn't survived. "We had 10 children," Moses recalled, "but there were only 5 that grew. One lived to be 6 weeks, and the other were dead-born. Stillborn, they called it. 5 little graves I left in that beautiful Shenandoah Valley. The Eagle Bridge house became the second Mount Nebo, creating a bridge between their new life and the one they left behind. Moses was instantly nostalgic for the home place that she had at first resisted, but then grown to love. I was at first very homesick, she recalled. It seemed to me that I was down in a swamp all the time. While in Virginia, we were at 1,600 feet above sea level. Here, we were only at 300 feet above. Some call this, she said, speaking of the Cambridge Valley, a pretty valley, but give me the Shenandoah Valley every time. The return to New York certainly turned a page in the story of Grandma Moses. In the coming years, the children grew up and left home. In 1927, Thomas died of heart failure, prompting what Moses would remember as the dark days. In 1933, her Anna succumbed to tuberculosis. Years later, Hugh and Winona, like their father, would both suffer fatal heart attacks. Only Lloyd and Forrest would outlive their mother. For a woman used to a full house and full days, idleness and emptiness were untenable. For as long as she could recall, Moses had used creativity, community, hard work, and a positive outlook as the tools for crafting a life she could take pride in. As she aged and was less needed by family, she also saw the defining ways of her life fading into the past. Moses increasingly recognized that the acts of remembering and recording were equally valuable tools for overcoming life's trials, for accepting things she couldn't change, and for shaping the legacy that she wanted to leave behind. Moses once remarked that if she hadn't started painting, she would have raised chickens. While such a comment frames Moses's painting practice as a simple pastime or a form of income-generating labor, her body of work refutes an equivalency between raising farm animals and authoring both written and painted accounts of her century-long life. Her choices to convey productivity, serenity, and a younger America were precisely that. She knew what she wanted to show, to share, and to invite others to identify with. In Hoosick Valley, from the window, we see the world explicitly through Moses's eyes. There is a sense in this painting that she's looking out not merely at her own backyard, but at a life that stretches beyond any place the eye can see. She has transformed the landscape into the physical embodiment of a life reaching back through time. No matter what Moses took as a surface-level theme, I see her underlying subjects as her personal worldview, self-preservation, and unity. For Moses, recording her life in pictures wasn't so much like raising chickens as it was like crafting sweet and silky butter, creating a large and loving family, painting walls and bits of furniture in her home, and publishing a memoir. Her best work was always shot through with creative streaks as well as an uncommon sense of self. In the 1970s, as feminists reconsidered the value of women's art, they rejected or ignored Moses for celebrating what they saw as a tradition-bound framework for women's work. Today, it's easier to recognize Moses's images as an invitation for women, but really for everyone, to honor and value all work that is undertaken with love for one another and respect for the land, to acknowledge that the hardest work is rarely the most generously compensated, and to see the fusion of labor and creativity as a powerful and generative life force. Moses saw and presented her own life story as a good day's work, but the abiding popularity of her paintings attests to the ways in which she empowers others to value their own life story as well. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jamie Franklin, and I'm the curator at the Bennington Museum. And I'll leave it at that, and I'll just get into my talk. From 2015 to 2017, I had the pleasure of working on an exhibition and catalog of Grandma Moses's work in collaboration with colleagues at the Bennington and Shelburne Museums, which we titled Grandma Moses, American Modern, without a question mark, as opposed to this title of this talk, which has a question mark. Having been curator at Bennington Museum, home to the largest public collection of Moses's work since 2005, I saw that Moses's work was often perceived as having operated outside the mainstream art world of her time. Our goal in this exhibition was to reframe Moses and her work in the context of American modernism, no longer the cute and folksy old grandma, but the visually sophisticated image maker who was as famous as Jackson Pollock in the 1950s. In the decades since that project, the work of self-taught artists have become increasingly integrated into the story of American art. In looking back on my essay for the American Modern Catalog and the installation I oversaw in Bennington, I feel Moses's work and its reception still function as an enlightening case study for understanding the cultural confluence of the mid-20th century and how self-taught artists can be seen then and today, not as selectively enshrined outsiders, but as primary reflections of the artistic ideas of their time and place. Between 1936 and 1938, the Museum of Modern Art in New York, under the directorship of Alfred H. Barr, Jr., organized 3 exhibitions: Cubism and Abstract Art, Fantastic Art Dada Surrealism, and Masters of Popular Painting, Modern Primitives of Europe and America, as part of a series that was intended, in Barr's words, to, quote, present in an objective and historical manner the principal movements of modern art. The first two exhibitions in the series represented undisputed masters of modernism, almost exclusively from Europe, such as Pablo Picasso, whose study for Demoiselle d'Avignon is on the left, and Salvador Dali, whose persistence of memory is on the right. Masters of popular painting, on the other hand, featured the work of mostly little-known painters from Europe, including Henri Rousseau, whose Surprise is at the upper left, by far the most famous of the group, and America, including Edward Hicks, whose painting of the, I'm forgetting the name of the estate, but a painting at the upper right, and John Kane, whose painting is of kind of industrial Pittsburgh, is at the lower right. All of whom had little or no formal training in the arts and created their work, at least initially, beyond the boundaries of the art world of their time. Barr created this chart, which graced the dust jacket for the catalog for Cubism and abstract art, attempting to trace the evolution and interconnections of the various isms of modern art. 90 years later, it seems perfectly clear that the divisions and linkages that Barr was attempting to codify begin to break down at even the simplest of queries. Why in the world is Rousseau out there on his own in the upper right, just with an arrow pointing at Cubism? But Barr himself, despite his claim of objectivity, acknowledged that the reality of modernism was far more complex than he could possibly encapsulate in a single exhibition or chart. He noted, for example, that by 1936, Picasso was creating works that could be classified as both Cubist and Surrealist, or both simultaneously. Barr also made clear that the distinctions between so-called folk artists and their counterparts in the mainstream art world were equally tenuous, stating in his introduction to Masters of Popular Painting that, quote, the purpose of this exhibition is to show, without apology or condescension, the paintings of some of these individuals, not as folk art, but as the work of painters of marked talent and consistently distinct personality, end quote. Despite the flaws in Barr's larger agenda, his statement of purpose for Masters of Popular Painting still resonates today, perhaps more than ever, now that the false dichotomies between high and low art, or artists that are classified as outsiders or insiders, has largely began to be debunked. It was from within this complex historical nexus of folk art and modernism that Anna Mary Robertson, Grandma Moses, was catapulted to international fame. In 1939, the year after Masters of Popular Painting, MoMA presented two exhibitions that are revealing in their rather startling juxtaposition. From October 8th to November 18th, the museum debuted three of Moses's paintings to an art world audience in an exhibition, Contemporary Unknown American Painters, curated by the influential collector and later dealer Sidney Janis. Overlapping slightly with this exhibition was Picasso, 40 Years of His Art, on view November 15th, 1939, through January 7th, 1940, the largest retrospective of Picasso's work to date. While this overlap may have been coincidental, the relationship between the work of Moses and Picasso, or modernists more broadly, was neither inconsequential or superficial. Moses's work and the conversation surrounding it since her introduction to the mainstream art world serve as a litmus test for understanding the complexity, politics, and contradictions of modern art in America from the late 1930s through the decades after her death in 1961. In the decade after her introduction to the art world, Moses went from being an unknown farm wife in rural upstate New York, who happened to paint, to an international artist celebrity. Over the course of the 1940s, her exploding popularity and overwhelming commercial success made her work suspect to American art critics. In 1950, an exhibition of 50 of her paintings, organized by Kallir under the auspices of the U.S. Information Service, made her work available for the first time to a hungry European public. The tour began in Vienna at Kallir's former Neue Gallery, where he had been one of the earliest champions of Austrian expressionists, such as Gustav Klimt, Egon Schiele, whose watercolor landscape we see at the bottom right, and Oskar Kokoschka, and ended in Paris, the supposed birthplace of modern art. By 1950, American critics were beginning to embrace abstract expressionism, claiming it to be the first American victory in an international war over artistic supremacy. However, in the aftermath of the horrors of World War II, which Europe experienced much more directly than America, the French critics and public ate up Moses's pictures. One American in Paris summarized the French response to Moses's work. Quote, "She is bound to mean the most to everyday people living in an unhappy world who, during the few minutes they look at Grandma's pictures, drink in her memory of a happy world." Most critics of the period put Moses and her work in stark contrast to the darker, angst-ridden strains of modern art. Yet she still served in many ways as an ideal symbol of the modern artist, unshackled by expectations. Her insistence on painting, quote, happy pictures was unexpectedly bold in the context of a morose post-war world. Exemplifying this attitude is a caricature of Moses sent to her by an admirer from Paris. In the drawing, Moses's body is grossly contorted, and she stands confrontationally, though with a smile on her face, up before an upright bed. With a palette in one hand and a paintbrush in the other, she attacks the picture plane. The drawing mythologizes Moses as a cross between a trad farm wife and a wild woman, painting on any surface she could find. The admirer Jean Gambotti has depicted Moses as the quintessential peintre naïf, the embodiment of Americans' rags to riches, hardworking ideal. Paired with one of Hans Nemeth's iconic photographs of Jackson Pollock at work, the other American artist taking the world by storm in 1950, I cannot help but think that we are looking at the king and queen of modern art. Pollock was born in Wyoming, grew up in the American West, and found inspiration in the ephemeral sand paintings created by the Navajo people of the American Southwest. Dancing around an unstretched canvas spread out on his studio floor, he flings skeins of house paint directly out of the can, exemplifying the wild and woolly modern artist as primitive other. Moses and her work were commonly referred to as primitive, a term she personally loathed. It was a label used during the period to describe pretty much any artist who wasn't part of the artistic establishment in Europe and America, from makers of African masks and indigenous healers to little old ladies who lived a few hours train ride up the Hudson River from New York City. At the core of Moses's artistic success was her personal, deeply felt approach to landscape painting. In her autobiography, Moses spent far more time describing childhood memories, reflections filled with metaphors, connecting life to Earth's natural rhythms, than her recent artistic fame. Moses's paintings have often been discussed as if they are factual records of a lived experience. However, she felt little obligation to record facts in the traditional sense. While she did make careful observations of nature, her basic approach to landscape painting was deeply intuitive. Quote, "I look out the window sometimes to seek the color of the shadows and the different greens in the trees, but when I get ready to paint, I just close my eyes and imagine a scene." Helen Frankenthaler emerged on the national stage about a decade after Moses, sharing her close ties to the Bennington area, graduating from Bennington College in 1949. Her lyrical, emotive abstractions of atmosphere, personal associations, and place are often cited as the next step after Pollock in the supposedly linear progression of modernism. Frankenthaler's approach to landscape was not all that different from Moses's, even if the end products are markedly different. Describing the creation of her 1952 breakthrough Mountains and Seas, which we see on the screen, Frankenthaler recalled, quote, "I painted it after seeing the cliffs of Nova Scotia. It's a hilly landscape with wild surf roiling against the rocks. Though it was painted in a windowless loft, the memory of the landscape is in the painting." Much like Moses, Frankenthaler held the landscape inside of herself and simply let it pour out, literally in her case, splashing thinned oil paints directly from a coffee can onto unprimed canvas. Moses often drew on memories of places or events that she had experienced as much as 80 or 90 years prior, or passed down stories of, quote, old-timey things from an even hazier past. Those recollections were often colored by her ongoing relationship to the landscape in which they had taken place. Take, for example, Moses's The Battle of Bennington. This version is in the Bennington Museum's collection. There's another version that's in the exhibition here at SAM from 1953, which depicts the historic Revolutionary War conflict of August 16th, 1777, as if it were taking place before our eyes, yet includes the monument built to commemorate the battle over 100 years later in the upper right-hand corner. Moses lived most of her adult life only a few miles from the site of the battle, and had lived even closer to the monument itself, 10 miles away in Bennington between 1932 and 1935, when she was caring for her sick daughter Anna, and then, after she passed away, her grandchildren. She associated the monument with the battle, and it made sense for her to include it in her paintings, not just as an anachronistic symbol, but on artistic grounds as well. In a 1955 interview, the newsman Edward R. Murrow slyly asked Moses why she'd included the monument in the painting. And she answered quite simply, "Well, I put the monument in because it looked good, I guess." The relationship between the experience of a place and the translation of that experience into a painting was fluid for Frankenthaler as well. In 1958, Frankenthaler created a group of paintings inspired by her encounters with prehistoric cave paintings in Altamira, Spain, and Lazo, France. She recalled her initial experience of encountering the paintings at Altamira in 1953, quote, "It all looks like one huge painting on unsized canvas. It all reminded me a lot of my pictures," end quote, taking on the mantle of modern primitive as Pollock had before her. Yet it wasn't until 5 years later that she executed her first paintings inspired by the prehistoric images and their subterranean context. Before the Caves, which we see on the screen, was created shortly before Frankenthaler's 1958 honeymoon to France and Spain with the artist Robert Motherwell, when she revisited Altamira and experienced the caves in Lazo for the first time. Memory wasn't the only resource Frankenthaler drew from. During that trip, she executed Hotel Cro-Magnon, which we see at the bottom right, named after the hotel where she was staying and inspired by the famed depiction of a horned bovine at Lazo. The painting may well have drawn inspiration from a postcard depicting the framed Lazo bull with its distinctive undulating black outline, a copy of which she sent to a friend, that postcard that she sent us at the upper left. Drawing inspiration from commercially produced images such as the postcard of the cave painting wasn't standard practice for Frankenthaler, though she frequently paid homage to art history and compositions that were based on favorite paintings from the past. Moses, on the other hand, was outright omnivorous when it came to stealing pre-existing imagery for her work, echoing Picasso's famous quip, "When there's anything to steal, I steal." A postcard featuring a panoramic fisheye photo of prominent buildings in Bennington's commercial center served as the compositional spine for Moses's painting Bennington of 1945, in much the same manner as the image of the bull served as the anchor for Frankenthaler's composition. The full extent of this practice in Moses's work is difficult to fully grasp. Thanks to the survival of at least 2 substantial caches of her secret source materials in the archives of the Kallir Research Institute, we can cobble together a picture, much as Moses herself did, of a sophisticated process. It's impossible to say exactly what percentage of the artist's paintings are based on her voluminous collection of clippings, but given the surviving evidence, it's safe to say that many, if not most, of her figures, animals, and buildings, and even a large percentage of her landscape elements, were directly traced or adapted from pre-existing imagery. The complexity and sophistication of the various ways in which she incorporated these sources into her paintings is astounding. Moses's painting in Harvest Times serves as a good example of the artist's practice of appropriation, as demonstrated by the installation of the painting down upstairs in the current exhibition, accompanied by reproductions of a handful of clipped sources, images from the Kallir Research Institute's archives. Multiple compositional elements in the painting are drawn from separate clippings that originally had no relationship to one another. These 4 clippings didn't come from the same source. She was just drawing them for whatever she could make use of. The most common method that Moses used to transfer these images to her painting was to directly trace them with pencil over carbon paper onto the pristine white surface of her prepared masonite board. Rather than traditional pasted paper collage, this technique might be called uncollage, a term invented by the artist and curator Todd Bartell to describe a sort of reverse engineering that combines multiple borrowed image sources into a cohesive painted whole without leaving any trace of their disparate origins. This technique of compiling unrelated clippings into distinct new images echoes the practice of another of America's best-known self-taught artists of the mid-20th century, Joseph Cornell. Though Cornell is typically understood to have been an integral part of America's artistic avant-garde from the mid-1930s until his death in 1972, like Moses, he came to his practice completely independent of any academic training. In a way, the introduction of surrealism to America, largely through the Julian Levy Gallery in New York, where Cornell first exhibited his work, provided a framework to understand Cornell's assemblages of found objects and images as fine art. Cornell kept his source materials filed in his basement studio in some 150 loosely categorized, highly personal dossiers, which he described as, quote, a diary, journal, repository, laboratory, picture gallery, museum, sanctuary, observatory, key, the core of a labyrinth, a clearinghouse for dreams and visions, childhood regained. This poetic description beautifully echoes Moses's less structured system. Writer and collector Diana Korzenek recalls Moses sharing her art secrets with her when she visited the artist as a young girl, pulling out a large painted trunk filled with clippings that she would riffle through to find inspiration. Typical of Cornell's collages is a design he created for the front and back covers of an issue of the avant-garde arts magazine View in 1943. Serving as the opening salvo for a thematic issue of the magazine, Americana Fantastica, a term that certainly finds a parallel in Moses's work, Cornell's collage, like Moses's paintings, draws on familiar tropes of resonant, stereotypical American imagery. In this case, they tend to be iconic or stereotyped subjects, such as Niagara Falls and the Empire State Building with King Kong, or circus performers and Native Americans in their feather headdresses. Their juxtapositions are intended to be provocative and create both visual and psychological tension, as well as a great deal of humor. Occasionally, Moses also created the humorously surreal image, such as horseshoeing, which we see at the upper left, with its speeding train and horses headed full tilt towards a group of stationary figures a few feet away, or Halloween at the bottom right, with its bedsheet ghosts and hooded figures wreaking havoc. Cornell allowed his source material to speak for itself, pasting his cutouts directly without any alteration beyond recontextualization. Moses dramatically altered and abstracted the source material in her borrowings, transferring only their bare outlines to her prepared masonite board, which she then painted over in loosely applied strokes of bright color, obliterating any sense of illustrative detail, while maintaining the original source's associative quality. The magic in Moses's paintings is the fact that she was able to pull together such disparate images into cohesive, reassuring wholes, as though they were always meant to be together, as though they were her own memories. Moses's life spanned the history of modern art, from Manet's Déjeuner sur l'herbe, painted in 1862-63, to just before Warhol's Campbell soup can paintings, which ushered in modernism in 1962. Yet in many ways, her art and reception foreshadowed the basic tenets of postmodernism that came to define the art world in the decades immediately after her death, especially pop art of the 1960s and feminist art of the 1970s. Postmodernism saw a breakdown of perceived dichotomies, such as those between fine art and popular art, an integral component of Moses's reception. Warhol, a collector of folk art, had a surprising amount in common with Moses. As a commercial illustrator in the 1950s, he was just as voracious as Moses in stealing and adapting his imagery from popular printed sources. With his soup can paintings, Warhol took commercial objects and turned them into fine art by hand painting them. He later made the same images into screen-printed multiples, using a commercial reproductive technique to turn them back into commercial products. Moses based her paintings on popular, often commercial printed images. Her paintings were then licensed and printed on a myriad of domestic products, from fabric to tableware, decorating homes across America. This is an installation view of the 2017 installation of American Modern Moses at the Bennington Museum, with a Warhol Campbell soup cans lithograph paired with 3 of Grandma Moses's checkered house scenes and a case full of the commercial products that bear images of her paintings. Warhol's and Moses's creative processes had parallels as well. Warhol's Flowers was based on a photograph he found in the June 1964 issue of Modern Photography. He cropped, collaged, and photocopied the image before enlarging and screen printing it. Warhol's Flowers also illustrate his serial approach to imagery. Warhol and his assistants at his factory made more than 900 flower paintings screen printed on canvas in 1964, followed by 250 portfolios of 10 unique images screen printed on paper in 1970. Moses too worked serially, producing dozens of versions of her most popular scenes, such as the checkered house, no two exactly alike. And she didn't paint them in a series per se, but rather she painted them each individually, approaching the subject matter with a new perspective each time. The artists Miriam Shapiro's and Melissa Meyer's 1978 article, Waste Not, Want Not, an inquiry into what women saved and assembled, Femage, synthesizes many of the key elements of feminist art in the 1970s, including an interest in reviving materials and techniques historically associated with traditional women's art, especially textiles, quilting, and collage, while emphasizing the communal and collaborative aspects of art made by women. Moses was well versed in needlework of all types. In addition to making embroidered pictures, which played a significant role in the development of her iconic painting style, Moses also made pieced quilts, such as the one you see at the lower right, and rag dolls to comfort her grandchildren after the death of their mother, one of which we see at the upper center. Her painting, The Quilting Bee, which can be seen in the exhibit upstairs, emphasizes the domestic, communal, female-dominated nature of this quintessential 19th century tradition. Shapiro's fabric painting, Patience, which you see at the right, is a perfect complement to Moses's painting, with its traditional honeycomb quilt pattern and centrally collaged vintage apron. Given these parallels, it's surprising that Shapiro and other feminist artists, critics, and theorists didn't reference Moses directly. The lack of interest in Moses's work by first-generation feminists and postmodern insiders was likely due to two key factors. First, Moses's collage-like technique of appropriation was largely unknown until Jane Kallir outed the artist in her 1982 book, Grandma Moses, the Artist Behind the Myth. And secondly, Moses's adaptations of commercial imagery are devoid of conscious irony, a key element of postmodern practice. In 1981, the women's studies professor Jean McMahon Humez, a rare exception, cast Moses as a, quote, homespun feminist who supported women's suffrage, insisted on economic self-sufficiency, and was able to find a balance between family life and her artistic career. Moses's art didn't directly take part in the intellectual underpinnings of modernism or postmodernism, yet her work is modern, is postmodern, without trying to be. After the art world craze for modern primitives in the 1930s and 40s, the works of Moses and other non-mainstream artists were positioned outside the linear progression of modernism proper, supposedly not significant in their own right, but as fodder and inspiration for mainstream avant-garde artists. In his catalog essay for the groundbreaking 1992 exhibition Parallel Visions, which looked at the relationship between so-called insider and outsider art in the 20th century, the art historian Donald Preziosi posited an approach in which, quote, modernism is expanded beyond the interlinked series of avant-gardist practices canonized by art history and museology, wherein all manner of artistic practices become, in effect, part of the story of modernism. With this look at Moses's own artistic practice in direct comparison to paragons of both modernism and postmodernism, I hope we can begin to understand her not as an anomalous self-taught folk superhero, but as a real contributor to the story of American art of the mid-20th century. A disarmingly down-to-earth farm wife from rural upstate New York, Moses created visually sophisticated paintings that melded her memories of growing up in a pre-industrial America with her more recent experiences in an increasingly modernized, homogeneous America. Her work operated in a culture saturated with images that often drew upon nostalgic tropes of a romanticized golden age that was just beyond the direct experience of most viewers. Built on a foundation of selective memory, that of the artist as well as the viewers of her work, and the associative power of popular imagery, her paintings have become iconic images in America's collective consciousness. Moses's paintings have been providing viewers with an eternally longed-for promised land ever since they made their way beyond upstate New York nearly 90 years ago. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. Thanks so much for joining us today. One more talk before the break. And a quick thanks to Lindsay Canis, Leslie Umberger, and Maria Eipert for organizing this gathering, having us here and this exhibition. I'm really honored to be among these experts on Grandma Moses and many artists besides. As you heard earlier and saw, I am a curator at the Crystal Bridges Museum of American Art, and I'm really thrilled to be bringing the wonderful exhibition upstairs to our museum in Bentonville, Arkansas in September, alongside my co-curator, Larissa Randall, who you heard from earlier as well. Crystal Bridges is a museum founded to provide public access to American art. So this means we're constantly discussing what access looks like and what American art looks like, and these are really two questions deeply embedded in the polemical tale of Grandma Moses. And we're always looking for ways to make meaningful connections for our visitors between them and the art on view. We want to spark curiosity and find the twinkle in someone's eye. So this is why I was so excited. There's going to be a lot of puns, I'm sorry. When I saw our newly acquired Grandma Moses painting, perfectly titled, "It Snows, Oh, It Snows," with glitter embedded in the paint. And as a curator of modern art, glitter is not often a word that I get to see on a media line. This painting arrived as part of a generous gift from Jane Kallir, who you also heard from, in late 2024. I first laid eyes on it when a conservator was completing an intake review. She turned on a flashlight, kind of flickered the beam, and glitter suddenly sparkled across the surface, and it was a truly magical and memorable moment for me. But when we installed the painting in our permanent collection galleries last year, the glitter all but vanished. It's a tricky lighting situation. As you can kind of see, there are paintings framing a large window with really bright direct light coming out of that. Indoor light bulbs kind of shining from high up on the opposite wall. So it's a tricky spot regardless. And, you know, as typical in most museums, we strove for just a nice, even light that helps visitors see, you know, the colors of the paint. We don't want obtrusive shadows or kind of distracting disco ball effects. And in these conditions, if you look really closely at the canvas, probably a bit closer than most would feel comfortable, some dull brown granules are visible, but there's very little sparkle. So I started to wonder, you know, are we doing justice to Moses and to this painting? Are we showing it literally in the best possible light? Is this one of a few rare paintings in her body of work that have glitter, or are there many others similarly withholding their sparkle until the light kind of rakes the surface at just the right angle? How much has fallen off or even been removed, maybe intentionally? You know, does this matter to our audiences? And if so, how can we best present this information without encouraging visitors to, say, fire up their phone flashlights against museum policy? So as I started researching some of these questions, I really found a lack of clear information for such a prolific artist with so much existing scholarship, and even something designed to catch your eye and famous for leaving a semi-permanent trail in its wake has been largely ignored in Grandma Moses' work from the beginning. It definitely doesn't reproduce well in print. Captions and media lines rarely mention it. But thanks to some great tips from a few Moses experts in this room, and with the help of high-res photography, I started finding glitter everywhere in true glitter fashion, showing up in ways I did not expect and far exceeding my capacity as a newcomer to the topic to follow every trail of glitter I discovered. I also found tremendous interest in the topic, in part because glitter is having something of a moment in recent years. This spans, you know, the broader popularity of glitter, say, in cosmetics and questions about its environmental impact, to major contemporary artists and scholars who are increasingly featuring glitter in their work. And I don't want to overstate the links between them and Moses, but a passage in Graham File's introduction to the 2023 Decorating Dissidents issue, All That Glitters, struck a chord. He writes, quote, "In this positioning as both unserious and serious, glitter acts as a balm to remedy the ailments of the everyday bore. It's unserious to such an extent that it is a serious tool. To approach glitter as a medium, as a conceptual framework, and an experience is to become enveloped in its unbounded potential." So I offer my presentation today in the spirit of this unbounded potential, in taking seriously the unserious, and as an introduction more than a conclusion to Moses' use of glitter. I hope to spark interest among fellow scholars, curators, conservators, crafters, your general Grandma Moses enthusiasts, and just any lovers of things that sparkle and shine, to really notice the glitter that has been paradoxically overlooked for so long. But let's back up for a few minutes to address the sparkly elephant in the room. What do I mean when I say glitter? What even is this stuff? On the one hand, glitter has been cataloged extensively in forensic labs to help solve crimes, thanks to glitter's special ability to get everywhere. And Even if, though, you could find an exact match to the original glitter, imagine being responsible for restoring it to a painting, or, simply cleaning a painting surface without disturbing the minuscule flakes. And I just want to pop back to this as one point of comparison. The image that you saw here shows the original rhinestone cowboy, Loy Bolin, in his beautiful Holy Jewel home, now on display at the Kallir Art Center in Wisconsin. Basically, every surface of his house is encrusted in glitter, and I just learned that a small display on conservation there states, quote, "Glitter loss is a primary preservation concern and poses many challenges. Handling, vertical display, airflow from air handling units, and visitors walking by, and gravity all cause shedding. No viable preservation treatment currently exists." So, getting back to Grandma Moses, fortunately, one brave soul stepped forward to examine the paintings on view upstairs, Amber Kerr, head of conservation at the Lunder Conservation Center here at SAM. And she shared with me that the glitter she found in the paintings upstairs is extremely fragile, barely attached to the surface, and often appears inconsistent in its application. So what's left today has likely suffered losses from cleaning. Autofluorescence under UV light indicates that over the decades since her death in '61, some people have added varnish or adhesive to prevent paint and/or glitter from flaking off. But when these added materials later became discolored or ineffective, some were removed, but not necessarily in areas with glitter, indicating that some people tried to maybe preserve these areas and prevent some of the glitter loss. To really know what these substances are, samples would need to be tested, and to determine whether inconsistencies in the paint surfaces resulted from lost glitter pieces, the paintings would need to be examined with a microscope. I am neither qualified nor equipped to conduct these analyses, so I've had to employ alternative methods of examination, the tools of the curator, art historian, and internet sleuth to find out what I could about Grandma Moses's glitter, mostly from a distance. Thanks to this ongoing glitter moment, we're seeing more historical narratives about glitter history, but they tend to be more focused on the modern, machine-made chapters of the glitter story, like in Katie Weaver's 2018 article for the New York Times, and I highly recommend this one for a very fun read. But our focus via Grandma Moses belongs a bit further in the past. So to figure out what she was sprinkling on her paintings, we have to look at the time when glitter was not yet used to name the substances that we now place under this broader umbrella term in colloquial usage. Glitter-like materials date back to antiquity, when people ground up all matter of shiny substances from mica to beetle wings to adorn the surfaces of objects, and supposedly we are attracted to shiny surfaces because they can help you spot water, as shown in this wonderful children's book on glitter. One of the first widespread uses of glitter in the modern era appeared in an industry with ties to Grandma Moses, greeting cards. And over a century before Hallmark, glittery substances start to show up on cards, and by the turn of the 20th century, glittery postcards are a really common sight. And one Moses reviewer from the 1950s explicitly connected the glitter in her paintings to old-fashioned Christmas cards. So you could find numerous examples that demonstrate how glitter application was available commercially and increasingly in the hands of consumers under various names. So we know glitter was out there, but what was it called and what was it made of? So to figure that out, I surveyed decades of periodicals, catalogs for news stories, how-to articles, and advertisements related to any kind of sparkly sprinkles. So one early branch of the glitter family is diamond dust, material that technically goes back as far as the history of diamonds, but appeared more commonly as an aid for cutting hard materials in the late 19th century. As cheaper versions of this appeared without actual diamonds, of course, it crossed into ads and articles for decorators, instructing thrifty housekeepers to spruce up old household items. But probably the key word used to refer to glitter before glitter was tinsel. By 1900, glass tinsel shows up in advertisements for Christmas ornaments, often imported from Germany, and in public bulletins warning post office customers to be sure to enclose their postcards with glass tinsel, mica, or metal in envelopes and pay extra postage. And that list, indicates some of the confusion. Because all the way through mid-century, tinsel alone could refer to glass, metal, glass coated with metal, or plastic materials. And sometimes we see all of these options mixed together, and some other terms thrown in, like silver flitter that you see in a 1944 advertisement here. Metals caused issues with tarnishing, and glass, of course, caused safety hazards, which we can see in this advertisement as well for permabright decorative material. So, plastic eventually takes over for its affordability, stability, ease of use, but that's not until kind of 1950 at the earliest. Even then, when a wide variety of colors, shapes, and sizes are available, the product is described as glistening flakes with adhesive sold separately. So to complicate things even further, Moses herself uses the term stardust in the few extant mentions of glitter-like materials in her letters. In one series of exchanges spanning several months in the fall of 1944, she asks her gallerist, Otto Kallir, to get her an ounce or so of stardust if it can be found. Quote, "It is some like artificial snow, only finer." She repeats her initial request a couple weeks later, stating, quote, "So many love the glitter on winter paintings." A few weeks later, she asks again, and by mid-October, Kallir's assistant, Hildegard Backert, has, quote, "looked all over town for the kind of stardust you need. So far, she was unsuccessful, but she will keep trying." Moses politely calls off the search, downgrading her statement about its popularity to say, "Some like it, but can live without it." But someone couldn't live without it after all, and 4 years later, the search for the right glitter has not concluded, as Kallir writes to Moses, quote, "I got some glitter, and I'm sending it to you separately. I have no idea if it is right. If it's not what you want, please send me a sample of the kind you want, or if it's right, I can get more." So they're confused. I'm confused. Stardust could be used somewhat generically at the time for glittery substances, though it also appeared as a specific product for the Luco line of Leo Uhlfelder Incorporated from Mount Vernon, New York. And this slide shows some of the glitter and glitter-adjacent products you can still buy online today, clearly spanning the decades from the early to mid-20th century. So if our list of possible glitter substances isn't long enough already, I heard from another conservator with Moses experience that she may have used sugar crystals. And this is not confirmed. They may have been some sort of mica powder with sugar crystal-like appearance, but the conservator was sufficiently worried to avoid any moisture contamination that might dissolve the granules. So all this is to say that glitter in all its various forms was not the easiest item to obtain in the 1940s, especially around Eagle Bridge, but even for our intrepid gallerists in New York. And if we do just a really quick survey of glitter and the work of other American artists, which is another fascinating topic into itself, it really dates to about 1950 at the earliest in the work of artists like Joseph Cornell, who we just heard about, or Elijah Pierce. And really the best known examples of glitter in art, from Linda Benglis to Lloyd Bolin, who I mentioned, to Andy Warhol, appear a bit later in the 70s and 80s, well after Moses has passed away. So with all this info in mind, let's get back to her paintings. And for clarity, I'm going to keep using the term glitter as a catch-all for the sparkly substances on her canvases. So the earliest confirmed painting with glitter on view is upstairs. I'm sure there's probably earlier, but we're going to go with this. Home for Thanksgiving from 1940 or earlier. In this example, the remaining glitter flakes are concentrated on the rooftops, and you can make out the yellowish granules likely discolored from an old varnish. This painting was part of Louis Calder's collection, which was then lent to the Galerie Saint-Étienne for Moses's first solo exhibition in October 1940. So glitter is publicly present in her work from the very beginning. Over the River to Grandma's House from 1941 also has these yellowed granules, probably from a natural resin varnish, and these are scattered on the snow and on the frozen river, giving an early example of Moses's deviation from white snow areas for glitter. The same applies to this 1942 painting on the back road, number 2. Again, we can see these large, irregular granules with a yellowish-brownish color, most clearly on the white snowbanks and roof, but also in the sky, around the tree and across from it, really on the blue portions of the painting rather than the white clouds. So from very early on, she's experimenting, applying what looks more like a glass glitter with uneven granules than a consistently sized modern glitter cut from sheets. She's also applying it to different areas around the painting, not confined to snow. So several more snow paintings follow, like this one, all snow scenes, all listed by various auction websites as containing glitter, and occasionally with high enough resolution images to see the granules around the canvas. Mostly on snow, like The Day Before Christmas from 1943, but occasionally in different areas, like the dress of this woman on horseback in an old mill in winter from the same year. The following year, around the time of the letters to the gallery, we see one of the first paintings with a really impressive quantity of extant glitter, A Frosty Morning from 1944. We see both a really broad application of glitter and a really careful one. The flakes are confined to the upper portion of this cloud, but not the bluish shadow underneath, or to the bushes and hills and building it right, but not the open field left. But the children here seem to be painted directly on top of the glitter, like they were added last, and maybe more care went into the landscape and the sky than the figures, and this is a common comment made about Moses's work. So perhaps they joined the composition as a final touch after the rest had been carefully plotted. This painting, The Covered Bridge from 1944, has a lot of thick impasto and these rather dark granules. They seem to have been photographed with a strong light source on the left that creates shadows kind of on the right, and just shows how far some of these pieces are raised above the surface. I'm guessing there are plenty of losses from some faintly discolored spots and dimples in the thicker paint passages. It's really hard to tell, though. Now, right around 1945, a time when material availability was rapidly shifting with the climax and denouement of World War II, we know that Moses was determined to get her hands on some finer glitter, the stardust she requested in her letters. So in this 1946 painting, Around the Bend, I'm interested to see what seems like two different kinds of glitter, these really large, dark brown pieces, and then a finer grain. Is she mixing glitters, or is the variation a product of the changing varnishes and glitter losses that we've seen elsewhere? As someone known for her thrift, we can imagine that Moses probably used up what she had, even if it wasn't ideal. But the finer grain glitter, if that's what it is, can be much more difficult to discern. Am I seeing things, or does this painting, Williamstown in Winter, also have some odd flecks on and around this gentleman's coat? And in Grandmother from 1950, a painting exhibited on a multi-city tour in a show called 60 of Her Masterpieces. I think we can see more examples of this finer grain stardust or some such on the roof and on the ground along the buildings. But in the Crystal Bridges painting from 1951, we still see those thicker grains of glass, sugar, I don't know. And in this historical survey, it's worth also stating that at this time that this painting is made, Moses is 90 years old. She's also extremely famous. This is the year, she appears on the cover of Time, and she's not bowed to the supposed pressure of using less glitter. If anything, she's continued using it every year, and is really doubling down with new approaches, like in this fantastic embroidery from 1953 with granules scattered across the surface. How did she get these to stick without paint? Did she have a different adhesive available at this point? I don't know. She's also continuing her experimentation with glitter surfaces beyond snow, like in this painting on view upstairs, Joyride from 1953, where the woman's apron has glitter and likely used to have more. And in this version of Sugaring Time from 1954, we can see flakes on people's clothing, especially in the darker colors that may or may not be continuous with the snowy background. But snow never loses its status as the sparkly substance in Moses's world, and Irving Berlin's White Christmas naturally has to have glitter if the treetops are to glisten. So even the high-profile clients get glitter. And a whole spate of snow scenes follow in her final years, including A Snowy Morn of 1957, which has these sugary granules laid on thickly across the rooftops, the hills, the tree branches. And this, to me, roughly marks the moment when the amount of glitter in the paintings really does increase dramatically, likely in direct correlation with the amount of glitter readily on hand. Unlike the letters from the 40s that indicate, an empty glitter stock between shipments. We know that her belongings around the time of her death, now held at the Bennington Museum, include 2 different containers of silver glitter. One is labeled non-tarnished metallic glitter, about half empty, with a perforated red plastic lid like a salt shaker. And the other is a nearly full jar and sports a lid from America's Finest True Mayonnaise by Ivanhoe. Moses often reused jar lids as her paint palettes as well. And the one you can see on the right still has some traces of glitter according to the Bennington catalog. So this is the moment when she has the glitter that actually looks like what I would envision when someone says glitter, these kind of tiny, uniform metallic flakes. And indeed, we can find glitter that looks just like this in her paintings from her last few years, from about 1958 to her death in 1961. So you can see these rather dark flecks in the trees in A Christmas Garden from 1960 and on the roof. And in Green Sleigh from the same year, we can see these slightly smaller and lighter silver flecks that might match the glitter from the mayo jar. So having gone through over 20 years of Moses' paintings, we can see that she really stuck to the glitter, even if the glitter didn't stick to her canvases over time. We can say with high confidence that there was a lot more glitter visible early on that has fallen off or been covered up with varnish, dust, grime, you name it. So what were people saying about the glitter when the paintings were new? And what did Moses say about it in the press? Unfortunately, remarks by both parties are few in number and tend to repeat one another. And a typical example from 1948 states that Moses' winter scenes are, quote, most unusual because of an application of sparkling powder to the wet paint. The reviewer then explains that some criticized this procedure, as I alluded to earlier, to which she replied, quote, up our way, snow sometimes sparkles just like that. Classic Grandma Moses, no nonsense. And a couple years after that review appeared in print, A different critic provided a close variation on this exchange, explaining that in one painting, quote, "the snow sparkled like Christmas tree glitter." And when we commented on this, Grandma said, "Well, isn't that the way snow glistens? It looks just like jewels." The longest and most repeated version of the story appears around the same time. In the words of a third critic, quote, "Moses tries to make her pictures look as natural as possible and goes so far, for instance, as to use glitter on her winter landscapes in order to make the snow more realistic. Some person tried to dissuade her from this practice, but Grandma Moses said to her, 'Have you ever been to the country on a sunny winter's day? You would have seen how the sun shines on the snow and makes it sparkle all over. To me, there is no winter landscape without the sparkle on the snow," end quote. So this latter quote appears and repeats actually in other publications. It returns in secondary scholarship, all the way up to the catalog for A Good Day's Work. And another brief mention of the glitter is usually not quoted directly, but other passages from the source article are cited frequently, and that's Emily Genauer's New York Herald Tribune review from 1961, which also appeared, like many other Grandma Moses reports, in local newspapers and syndication and so forth across the country. Genauer ends her review by celebrating Moses's expressive capabilities, but tosses in some harsh criticisms along the way. And she states that when, quote, "Grandma Moses sprinkles her snow scenes with sparkle, she is showing a lack of taste." The glitter becomes part of Moses's mythos, with writers mentioning it as proof of Moses's lack of sophistication or as evidence of her creativity and dedication to her artistic vision. The glitter is so rarely a subject of analysis that I wonder if it hasn't always suffered from the same kind of standard presentation of even gallery lighting, even beyond the beholder's potential blindness to a lowly craft material not worthy of notice. So clearly many questions remain, and we're still working out how best to show the glitter in Moses paintings to Crystal Bridge's visitors when A Good Day's Work arrives in September. Right now, we're experimenting with some film footage and finding some decently effective ways to make the glitter more visible with lighting aimed at just the right angle. But in lieu of painstaking surface cleaning by professional conservators, and volunteers are welcome, maybe we offer mini strips replicating a small piece of the painting with fresh glitter so people can imagine what the original used to look like. We're definitely going to be using our art making spaces outside the gallery to give adults and children alike the chance to experiment with glitter themselves. But we don't want to overdo it either, and I certainly don't want to dampen the sense of discovery for the attentive viewer that notices a slight glimmer in the paint and sees in their mind's eye, like Moses, a sparkling bit of frost along a garden path. She was never using glitter just for fun or to shock viewers with her unorthodox methods. I think this was really about artistic experimentation to convey her vision on canvas or embroidery. And I think it's high time to put aside long-standing prejudices against this material and see it with clear eyes. And I'd like to give the last word to one more exhibition review from 1953. It notes the use of glitter in the paintings, but instead of dismissing it, it states, quote, "She is truly an inspiration to anyone who wants to start painting, proving it isn't always important how an artist works if he has something interesting to put down." Thank you.
Let's give it up one more time for Josie, my co-curator. Yes. Thank you, Josie, Jamie, and Leslie. I know those of you in the audience and online are getting your questions written down so we can have a great Q&A later. We're going to send you out for our break, and we are having a prompt return time at 1:30 p.m. So we'll see you right back here at 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second half of today's Grandma Moses Symposium. For those of you just joining us, my name is Larissa Randall. I'm an assistant curator of American art at Crystal Bridges Museum of American Art in Bentonville, Arkansas, and the moderator for today's Q&A. Just for a reminder, if you're joining online, if you subscribe to our YouTube channel, you can use the chat feature to ask questions. We will collect your questions through the final presentation and ask them during our closing Q&A. If you're here with us in person, please use the comment card that was provided inside of your program and write down your questions. If you need a new card, flag down a staff member, and they'll be sure to get you one. Once again, as a reminder, please turn off your cell phones before we get started, and there is no flash photography. No food or drinks are allowed in the auditorium except water. Finally, please welcome our next presenter, Randall Griffey.
That's me. Okay, it's great to be back. Thank you for coming back. I'd never know for part 2 of a day-long symposium if be talking to an empty auditorium, so thank you for coming back. Also, I just have to say, I don't know about you, but that morning session was amazing, amazing. Just the range of approaches, the range of approaches to the work, I just loved it, and a little bit nervous now. Wasn't before. So we'll see how this goes. And just shout out to the SAM team, to Maria and Leslie specifically. Absolute honor and treat to work with you on this project to the degree I was able to. Leslie, you're an absolute pro. Respect. Characterized by a pervasive sense of humility and manifest, if understated, delight in the quotidian details of everyday rural life, both past and present, Grandma Moses's art belies her great fame, which spiked throughout the late 1940s and remained at an extraordinary level to her death in 1961 and beyond. Newspaper, magazine, radio, and television outlets provided numerous opportunities for the artist, buoyed by a small cadre of devoted dealers, collectors, and curators to promote an alluringly self-effacing, charming persona, one that notably cut very much against the stereotype of the ego-driven artist inclined to put on alienating airs. Indeed, from the vantage point of the much more cynical and even much more corporatist 21st century, conspicuous modesty appears to have been an integral part of her brand. Middle-class, predominantly white America voraciously consumed what she was selling, both literally and figuratively, making her a cultural icon the likes of which had never previously been seen or experienced for a living visual artist in this country. Disinclined to tout her own accomplishments and stature, the simple farm wife turned self-taught artist celebrity, it's hard to string all of that together, in her 8th decade of life could depend on mass media outlets to do much of that work for her. As the Time magazine writer proclaimed in the extended profile on Moses that appeared in the December 28, 1953 issue, marking the Christmas holiday, proclaimed, and the quote is here, read along with me. In the years since she started painting those rosy visions of her imagination, Grandma Moses has earned a unique place in the hearts of millions and in the history of American art. Her paintings have been shown in more than 160 U.S. exhibitions and in 5 one-man shows. Abroad, she is represented in 9 American museums and in Vienna's State Gallery. Hers is the only École Américaine picture hanging in Paris's Museum of Modern Art. I haven't verified that. I know that's going to come up in Q&A. In the practice run through, that came up, and I promised to check it out. The cover of the same issue of Time offers, in certain respects, an even more powerful visual index of her fame in the early 1950s. Moses' beaming, bespectacled, and wizened face dominates the composition. Gazing beyond the viewer and upward, she appears to be in higher joyful communion with a higher power. The image's Christian pretext and signification are confirmed by the presence of the diminutive white church that appears over her right-hand shoulder amidst a snowy landscape. This quaint but potent detail evokes her own homey imagery, in which modest white clapboard country churches are recurring features. But more broadly, it signifies a critique of modern, read urban, secularism and industrialization, an iconographic trajectory that can be traced in American art and in popular visual culture from Childe Hassam to Grant Wood to Thomas Kincaid. Moses' fame owed much to the robust market for this implicit critique of modernity that coursed throughout the Cold War era. Christmas is not just one day, the caption reads in Moses' voice, not only codifying the painter as living embodiment and evidence of traditional American values alive and well in the mid-20th century, but also reinscribing her indelible association with the Christian holiday, which sold greeting cards, calendars, and decorative prints galore. Moses' imagery was merch-friendly long before the likes of Keith Haring and Banksy and others have made it near ubiquitous. Viewed through the lens of burgeoning mass media promotion and reproduction of her story, talent, and fame throughout the post-World War II era, the entirety of Moses' artistic practice from the late 1940s on begins to look like a sustained demonstration of phenomenal ego suppression. Indeed, among her very few paintings that allude very obliquely to her fame is this, Grandma Moses Goes to the Big City. Like many of the artist's compositions, this painting offers a view of the environs of Eagle Bridge, New York, where she settled with her husband decades earlier in 1905. Moses' landscape reliably projects a quiet natural order as well as agrarian prosperity and safety. The lush, verdant vista appears stitched together like a patchwork quilt and peppered with diminutive farm folk and animals. However, this composition centers around a very rare self-portrait in which Moses, dressed in black and white, is attended to by well-wishers, including a boy who rushes to her to give her a flowering sprig. Sam's painting in this collection is in the Smithsonian American Arts collection. Sam's painting of 1946 constitutes a more ambitious reprisal of the subject that she took up originally 3 years earlier. A smaller work, Grandma Going to the Big City, shows a more modest farmstead where an old-timey horse-drawn carriage, rather than the more up-to-date automobile, pulls up dramatically in the foreground to spirit Moses, luggage in hand, away to begin a journey. In this instance, however, her big city destination is rendered explicitly, if surreally, in the far left horizon, the skyline of Manhattan. In the far left, it's a little bit difficult to make out there. Yeah, jump the gun. Both paintings recreate visually a momentous personal experience in 1940, which she recounted in her autobiography, My Life's History, first published in 1952. In her words, there was a request for me to go to the big city, New York, for a Thanksgiving celebration in Gimbel's auditorium, where they had hung the Grandma Moses pictures. Grandma, who had never traveled much, what anticipation and vexation, what commotion and confusion. At last she was on her way. Certainly this trip, roughly 180 miles south to the great metropolis, would have constituted a daunting, arduous journey for the then 80-year-old. Once arrived, she understandably felt her rural identity thrown into high relief. Again, her own words. I was in from the backwoods, she also recalled in 1952, and at Gimbel's she gained a clear, irretractable awareness of her public fame and some price to pay for it. It was shake hands, shake, 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 and my, it was rush here, rush there, rush every other place. Her star, as they say, was born. Some sense of the dizzying mayhem and spectacle of the big city that Moses experienced in 1940 and subsequently recalled may be gleaned from Florian Stettheimer's Cathedrals, a suite of 4 large paintings the artist executed between 1929 and 1942. Stettheimer's highly theatrical compositions celebrate the awe-inspiring sights and sounds of popular and prominent Manhattan destinations from the period, in the order of execution from left to right here: the theater district, the fancy shopping strip, the financial district, and lastly, the major museums, an imaginative conflation of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Museum of Modern Art, and the Whitney Museum of American Art. An adopted New Yorker through and through, Stettheimer nonetheless provides here somewhat a wide-eyed tourist view of the city, one that Moses, an actual backwoods tourist, notably avoided in her own art. Moreover, Moses's destination was not the Met, where she would enter the collection via bequest in 1950, or MoMA, where 3 of her paintings had appeared in the members' room in 1939, or Tiffany's or Altman's for that matter. She was headed farther downtown to Gimbel's at Herald Square and 6th Avenue, quite some distance both geographically and culturally from those highbrow and elite attractions. Moses and Gimbel's provided a proverbial match made in heaven, and her triumph there in November of 1940, following quickly on the heels of Otto Kallir's, in hindsight, transformational show the previous month at Gallery Saint Etienne, was not arbitrary or accidental. Founded in 1842 by Adam Gimbel, a German Jewish immigrant merchant in Indiana, Gimbel Brothers was by the 1920s the largest and most profitable department store retailer in America. At the time of Moses's exhibition and appearance at the New York branch, at the time of Moses's exhibition and appearance at the New York branch of Gimbel's, coinciding with Thanksgiving, the store, locked in a fierce and rather public contest with their rival retailer Macy's, was headed then by Bernice Fitzgibbon, a publicity director and executive board member. Known popularly as Fitz and more ominously as Fitzkrieg, Fitzgibbons was I know, it's Fitzkrieg. Fitzgibbons was a marketing juggernaut who boosted sales and profits by leaning into the store's no frills reputation and ethos. As reported by the New York Times upon her receipt of the honor of Woman of the Year from her alma mater, from the University of Wisconsin, 1958. During her tenure as the advertising director of Gimbel's, sales business increased by 96%. Her slogan, "Good old Gimbel's, the plain store for plain people," takes some credit for this spurt. The finance industry journal Kiplinger's likewise touted her marketing acumen and success, observing, "Under the astute tutelage of one of the country's smartest advertising women, Gimbel's has profited heavily by putting small-town flavor into big-town atmosphere. It has played up some of the simple virtues and has been slightly saucy towards its competing retail sophisticates. Indeed, the big famous plain store provided Moses with the ideal stage for her star to take flight. Conversely, Moses, who augmented her art display with a selection of her homemade preserves, bread, and cakes, corroborated Gimbel's small-town corporate identity on Fitz's watch. This successful, reciprocal, and fateful episode paved the way for much of what was to come, from the cover of Time to Edward R. Murrow's See It Now television program to the cover of Life and Beyond. A media darling for decades, Moses became an irrefutable figure in the nation's official iconography in 1969, 8 years following her death, when the U.S. Postal Department issued in May a 6-cent Grandma Moses stamp. The first to commemorate the artist's achievement, the stamp moreover honored Senior Citizens Month and extended a popular series celebrating American folklore. Notably, its design reproduces a generous detail of Moses's painting, 4th of July, a vertical segment that skews slightly right of center of the fully painted composition, and not coincidentally, one assumes, takes care to represent all of the US flags fluttering therein. No other work by the artist could more clearly underscore or more profoundly her status as an American treasure. A prize collection in the White House collection, 4th of July, owes its distinguished placement to the artist's tireless champion, Otto Kallir, who presented this work to the White House to President Harry Truman in 1952. Thus, materially, the Moses stamp quietly manifests the exceptional circuitry of connection that continued to benefit the artist even from beyond the grave. It constituted, as the writer for New York Magazine so aptly and succinctly put it, the final American seal of approval. While readers of New York Magazine, Aging Magazine, or any number of stamp collecting journals might welcome news of the Moses stamp, its publication sparked some resistance and even some resentment among other outlets and audiences. For one, Navajo Times reported here, John Lang of Park City, Utah, is very upset with the post office department. He cannot understand, and frankly we can't either, the reporter continued, why the department declines to issue new stamps commemorating such events as the Navajo Centennial, or the Golden Spike observance in Utah, yet issues stamps on seemingly less important observances and personages, such as Lang points out on Grandma Moses. We have nothing against Grandma Moses, the journal hastened to add, somewhat softening this pointed critique, feeling that she might be worth a stamp. But it's hard to understand why such observances as the two Lang cited are ignored. The Navajo Times commentary regarding the Moses stamp offers a rare glimpse of some limit of the artist's presumed universal appeal and iconic status. While thousands upon thousands of American citizens certainly mourned her loss in 1961, President Kennedy's official public tribute on that occasion is rightly understood as deeply felt hyperbole that evokes not only her resonance and meaning to so many, but also the degree to which the dominant construction of American national identity at mid-century was defined along particular racial and demographic lines. By extension and contrast, her passing and legacy did not register as especially impactful to others, particularly those who did not identify as white and or middle class. Contending with presumptions regarding Grandma Moses' universal appeal played some role in the planning for the present exhibition. Up until a certain point, an internal faction of SAM's staff strongly favored the phrase American icon serving as the exhibition's subtitle. Leslie and I made an impassioned counterargument and proposal asserting that this subtitle, if adopted officially, invited a public debate that this institution really did not want to instigate, potentially igniting a firestorm that also possessed the real possibility of shutting out some visitors and communities, shutting other visitors and communities out. As an alternative, we put forward, as you know now, A Good Day's Work as the exhibition subtitle, one that foregrounded the artist's voice, the conceptual paradigm she articulated herself for her art practice, a recurring subject in her own imagery, not to mention the wider American art world ethos of the 1930s and 40s that elided artists with laborers, a topic that I address in my catalog essay. This interpretive frame, we argued eventually successfully, offered a more historically rooted and generative on-ramp for visitors who might be reacquainting themselves with Moses or engaging with her work for the first time, especially given the present administration's white nationalist agenda pointedly asserted during the country's semi-sesquicentennial. I am both relieved and grateful that the latter subtitle option won the day. Moreover, the record shows that Moses herself was somewhat uncomfortable with and even ambivalent about her fame and all the fuss that came along with it. Thank you very much. And now I have the pleasure of welcoming to the stage Eleanor Harvey.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Eleanor Harvey, Senior Curator at the Smithsonian American Art Museum. I am not a Grandma Moses scholar, and so it was actually an education for me to steep myself into her work to get to know Jane Kallir as part of that process, and to teach Leslie Umberger how to pronounce the word Stanton. Well, I mean, yeah, you get hung up on stuff like that. In any event, not surprisingly for those of you who know me, we are going to take a journey into the past and look at Grandma Moses's connections to the larger tradition of American landscape painting. Anna Mary Robertson Moses, and you just had a disquisition on this painting, we've seen it a number of times today, painted hundreds of narrative landscape paintings that portrayed recognizable sights and recalled events both current and remembered from her long life. Her artistic trajectory follows the arc of landscape painting as a genre in the United States, beginning with the decorative paintings on walls and furnishings, progressing to easel paintings that draw on compositions popularized by Hudson River School artists of the mid-19th century, and eventually encompassing genre scenes found in chromolithographs published by Currier and Ives in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. She deployed her familiarity with a wide variety of those print sources to compose her rural views and frame the human activity in them that is central to her paintings. Moses, as you've heard, was born in 1860 when the genre of landscape painting dominated the art market in the United States, both for its capacity to transmit American cultural values and its ties to transcendentalism's quest, most notably in the works of Ralph Waldo Emerson and Henry David Thoreau, to find the spiritual aspect of nature. As such, when we think of the American landscape painting tradition, many of us default to the Hudson River School, that would be me, beginning with Thomas Cole, whose work is here on the upper right, and Frederick Church down below, and Asher Durand on the far right, through the second generation, and in this case I'm thinking of artists like John Kensett, Worthington Whitridge, and Sanford Gifford. These artists imbued their North American scenes with a strong sense of local and national pride, making the singular features of the landscape into natural monuments, expressing a strong fondness for the familiar. But the recognizable landscape as an expression of home and belonging stretches further back in time, with its roots in the decorative wall paintings of Rufus Porter. Porter and his New England acolytes are credited with painting hundreds of walls in private homes, taverns, and inns throughout New England. In 1825, Porter published a book that detailed his methods and provided instruction and encouragement to other artists. Titled Curious Arts, it compiled Porter's varied passions, which ranged from wall painting to his design for aerial ships meant to carry gold seekers from New York to California in 3 days. A chapter in that book, titled Landscape Painting on Walls of Rooms, outlined his approach to rapidly painting large wall spaces in homes and public buildings. He expanded it into a series of articles published in his own periodicals, first in the New York Mechanic in 1841, and then in Scientific American, which he founded, in 1845 and 1847, inspiring a proliferation of painted interior spaces stretching into the second half of the 19th century. We know that Moses's earliest known painting is a fireboard, a decorative fireboard, and here she has painted a landscape on a sheet of embossed wallpaper, and at the risk of really panicking the guards upstairs, you can, in raking light, see the arabesques and curlicues of the embossed wallpaper pattern, particularly in this open area in there. So that's something for you to do in addition to looking. There's no glitter in this picture, okay? just to be sure. But here she has painted a landscape onto a sheet of embossed wallpaper glued to a solid support. In its construction, composition, and function, it harkens back to Moses's childhood when painted furnishings and walls decorated New York and New England taverns, inns, and private homes. Moses recalled in her autobiography that her father painted the walls of their home and encouraged her first attempts at art making. Moses's lakeshore scene with its stylized butternut trees bears a striking compositional resemblance to Porter's wall mural in the Francis Howe House in West Dedham, which is now Westwood, Massachusetts. In both works, large trees frame a vista that stretches beyond a fenced-in foreground. The central view across a body of water to a distant shore helps contain an otherwise open space, bringing a sense of cultivated order to the wilderness and offering a structured way to bring the landscape indoors. Porter's compositional strategy was copied often, suggesting the durability and popularity of this approach to painting decorative landscapes and potentially providing Anna Mary with some of her earliest visual inspiration. But Moses's approach to landscape painting is more than pleasing decor. She taps into the picturesque vein of the genre through the theory of associationism, the power of a scene to invoke an emotion or recall an earlier event. Painting, in fact, echoes of the past in scenes of daily experiences. Even here, Moses fits comfortably in the lineage of Porter's murals. On the left, you see Moses's painting of the Shenandoah Valley set in the past in 1861 at the onset of the Civil War. And on the right, a detail from one of Rufus Porter's wall murals where he has created the outline of a Revolutionary War soldier in a tri-corner hat. There are his legs. Framed in the negative space between the two trees, as though this bygone ghost is looking out over onto the landscape on which the Revolutionary War was fought, the trees bearing constant witness to what has taken place in the intervening years. Moses's painting of the Shenandoah Valley is staged in the year after her birth, the historical overlay of one of the calm before the storm, the moment before Union and Confederate armies would begin 4 years of traumatic battles and occupation of the greater Stanton area, where she would spend 18 years of her life as a young adult. Past and present in both scenes appear in equilibrium. This vertical composition emphasizes the pre-war prosperity of the region. The elegant fieldstone house and carefully tended grounds provide a cultivated setting for a passing carriage conveying news of yet another battle to the well-dressed residents. This foreshadowing of the war's devastation creates a kind of temporal elasticity that brings past and present into timeless equilibrium. In one of my earliest conversations with Leslie and with Jane Kallir, I asked how many Virginia landscapes Moses had painted, and frankly, how you could distinguish between images of the Shenandoah Valley and the Cambridge Valley. All of them are retrospective, memories of years long past before she started putting brush to canvas. And what struck me about her work then as now were the strong similarities between many of her paintings of the rolling hills and valleys of these two Appalachian communities. I see a synergy between these two places, both of which are set in the foothills among the Appalachian mountain chain, populated by frame and brick houses set in agricultural landscapes, and I suspect Moses was looking for and recognized the aspects of the landscapes that she cherished as home, wherever that was. Which was also a feature for Thomas Cole, considered the founder of the Hudson River School, whose beloved Catskills west of the Hudson River present bucolic foreground meadows framed by distant views of those same Appalachian mountains. But it is when we compare Cole's paintings of the Catskills with some of the paintings he made on his 2 extended trips to Italy that I'm struck by the compositional similarities between the Apennines and the Catskills. Cole deliberately painted places that reminded him of home. And I wonder if he was a bit homesick. And instead of focusing on what was unique and dramatically different from upstate New York, he sought out vistas and light and times of day that provided a comforting sense of belonging. Cole repeated this tendency throughout his career, and in this view along the Arno in Florence, if we crop the painting to cut out the architecture and focus on the landscape, we erase that distinctiveness in order to see more clearly how closely Cole saw the qualities he cherished in wherever he felt most at home. Beyond her tendency to find synergy and consonance between her depictions of her life in Virginia and in upstate New York, Moses also incorporated memories from her childhood, superimposed on her landscapes. In Black Horses, as you've heard, Moses painted more than just two horses galloping across a field. Seeing them triggered a memory from her childhood. And I'm showing you two of the details, little kids, presumably Moses being one of them, on horseback on the left, and the two horses on the right. She recalled being told the story that her great-grandfather Archibald Robertson had served as a lookout during the Revolutionary War, and in 1777, upon spying the British Army, quote, unhitched his horses from the plow, turning one loose, and rode the other down through Coahuila, warning all that the British were coming, unquote. She further described hearing of, quote, a fierce battle there, and that one of my great-grandfather's black horses was killed, unquote. Nothing in Moses's picture overtly signals a historical frame of reference, yet for her, the inclusion of two black horses gambling in a field while being watched by small children connected this landscape to that recollection that is integral to her intentions and the meaning of the picture. In this regard, Moses is in good company. Frederick Church, Thomas Cole's most talented pupil, launched his career painting historically inflected episodes from early American history that played a significant role in his own upbringing. In Hooker and Company, journeying through the wilderness from Plymouth to Hartford in 1636, which is a mouthful, Church paints an episode from the founding of his hometown of Hartford, Connecticut, which involved several of his ancestors. One of the characters in this historical tableau is the charter oak, so called as it was the site of the signing of the charter for the colony of Connecticut, which you see here in Church's outdoor oil sketch of the actual tree, still quite alive over 200 years after the event depicted in Church's painting. The temporal arc from a witness tree across time makes this portrait a portrait of a historical actor, a conceit Church, like Moses, would incorporate into selected paintings. West Rock, New Haven, is a 7-mile-long fault block ridge that tilts, featuring a steep, dramatic cliff face, often showing a reddish-brown rust-like color from the weathered iron in the rock. Ice Age glaciation shaped the once molten extrusion, and cracks left by the receding glaciers created the caves that lie beneath the picturesque haying scene. However, the setting would have been recognized by Church's audience as a reference to New Haven's historic defiance of the British Crown. During the English Civil War, judges and Cromwell allies Edward Whaley and Edward Gough were among those who signed the death warrant for King Charles I. When the king's son, Charles II, ascended the throne in 1660, he ordered their arrest. The two men fled to the American colonies, settling for a time in New Haven, where the community ignored orders to turn them over and instead hid them in a cave on West Rock Ridge. Church's allusion to this act of resistance and the associated memory of rebellion transforms a straightforward landscape painting into a commentary on American revolutionary values. As Moses embarked on her painting career, she embraced one aspect of the Hudson River School, the most influential style of landscape painting between the 1820s and the 1860s, the inclusion of subtle references to American current events and history. That temporal fluidity appears in Moses's first painting of the Battle of Bennington, which Jamie showed you earlier, commissioned and rejected by the Daughters of the American Revolution to commemorate the battle fought in August 16, 1777. The battle took place nearby in New York, but the goal of the British was to reach and take supplies located in Bennington, Vermont. The defeat of those forces eventually led to the surrender of General John Burgoyne in Saratoga, New York on October 17th of 1777, so 2 months later, which was considered a turning point in the war. Moses portrays the battle in Bennington, not in New York, And the monument to the battle, which wasn't erected until 1889, more than 100 years later. That elastic sense of time did not please the DAR, which rejected this version of events, but Moses was quite comfortable with that temporal elision of past and present. Her career, which flourished when she began in her 70s, meant that the bulk of Moses's work had a retrospective aspect, even as she chronicled longstanding and ongoing cherished traditions. The idea of coming home for Thanksgiving, the quintessential American holiday for gathering together family across multiple generations, would come to resonate especially hard as America remembered World War I and watched the outbreak of World War II. In fact, Moses's life was framed by war and recovery. Born on the eve of the Civil War, she lived through those two world wars, the 1918 influenza epidemic, the Great Depression, and the Cold War. She was immersed in farm life, beginning with her childhood in Greenwich, New York, followed by that 18-year stay in the Shenandoah Valley, before returning to upstate New York in 1905, where she would remain the rest of her life. Moses did not begin to paint in earnest until the late 1830s as the art world made its pivot to modernism. However, most of Moses's paintings are narrative landscapes, bucolic pastorals, extolling the myriad ways she took satisfaction in a good day's work. Her scenes of daily life are grounded in her immediate surroundings, but their impact transcended that personal connection, appealing to an audience drained by a succession of national and global upheavals. Those snow scenes would become a feature in, all right, behave. Stop that. Okay. Down? Nope, down's not working either. All right, let's see if we can go backwards. No, we're stuck. What did I do? That way. There you go. Thank you. Technology, gotta love it. Snow scenes became a staple feature of Moses's career, often enhanced by her use of glitter to create the icy crust of newly fallen snow. But works like this also reflected a surge in the commercial popularity of landscape and genre scenes, evoking the timelessness of American values. George Henry Dury, whose work here at SAM, you see here on the right, tapped into this vein much earlier, painting numerous variations on scenes like this one. Nor, surprisingly, would it be scenes like this that would attract the lithographers Currier and Ives to reproduce and distribute widely scenes of current events filtered through the lens of the colonial revival and nostalgia. All right, we're going to do, oh, there we go. Sugar bush, which is the term for stands of sugar maples in New England, were the setting for another multi-generational activity, that of tapping the maples for sap and boiling it down to make maple sugar. Moses's approach to composing her landscapes shared qualities found in applique quilting as she cut out traced figures, animals, and other vignettes that she sometimes literally pinned together, less concerned about internal constant scale than the overall effectiveness of the arrangement. For most of her paintings, she drew on well-established compositional frameworks, developing a working method that evolved into a personal style, but also remained in essential ways consistent throughout her career. In the years surrounding the Civil War, scenes of what were called sugaring off did more than spark a strong sense of community building. Maple sugar had been viewed in the Revolutionary War as a defiant alternative to the imported white cane sugar being taxed by the British Parliament. Known as free sugar, maple sugar was emblematic of Yankee ingenuity and expressive of American resilience in the run-up to the Revolutionary War. Similarly, during the Civil War, maple sugar was once again referred to free sugar, this time referring to the labor that produced it, as distinguished from slave sugar coming from Southern and Caribbean plantations. By the time Moses embarks on her paintings of maple sugaring, the overt political overtones had receded, replaced by a wave of colonial revival nostalgia. A staple of popular prints, scenes like this one bear a striking resemblance to Moses's compositions, underscoring her debt to print media as sources for her scenes and the characters that populate them. Moses' Bringing in the Maple Sugar, painted in 1840, demonstrates that influence of the Currier and Ives prints. This one, titled Maple Sugaring, Early Spring in the Northern Woods, published in 1872, contains many of the same vignettes, centered on the process of harvesting maple sap and converting it to sugar. Some local residents gather firewood, while others collect buckets of sap that are boiled down in large cauldrons to make the syrup. Moses includes a vignette of children eagerly awaiting the maple candy made by pouring hot syrup on buckets of snow. I don't think there's glitter in that snow. These anecdotal touches emphasize the communal aspect of this seasonal activity. Unbound by fine art conventions, Moses allowed these narrative elements to vary in scale within her paintings as the overall patterning and the cadence of activity was more important. While Currier and Ives channeled that wave of nostalgia prevalent in the country as the country and the world embraced modernism, Moses did not turn her back, as Randy has pointed out, on the contemporary aspects of her life. In paintings like the Old Automobile, the encounter between a horse-drawn carriage and a horseless one captures the jarring notes of old meeting new. Here, the horse reacts, symbolizing the shock of the new as he's being overtaken by the car that is now racing toward us. That encounter encapsulates some of the clashes in Moses' own life. Here is an artist whose life spans the Civil War to civil rights, from horses to horsepower to automobiles to rockets, from the telegraph to the radio to television. And yet the act of painting remains a fixture despite all of these changes, a constant in the slipstream of change. Painting for Moses, we're going to do this again. Uh-oh, what did I just do? There we go. Painting for Moses was a means of reckoning with those changes. It served as a visual diary, a compilation of stories and memories. Throughout her landscapes, Moses charted the passage of time, not in linear fashion, but as a complex and interwoven set of experiences. In what is likely her last work, The Rainbow, Moses paints a single landscape that manages to encapsulate her life and her ethos. The Rainbow, painted as she turned 101 years old, serves as a summation of her life and work. At such an advanced age, she had to know that this would be among her final paintings, and with characteristic intentionality, she scripted a visual testament to her widely quoted statement about her life being a good day's work. Here, she brings together elements of her most loved compositions, a working farmstead populated by industrious adults and children tending the land and the animals under the beneficent arc of a post-storm rainbow. The activity of harvesting suggests the ongoing life cycle of plants, animals, and people, and the continuation of rhythms that would extend beyond her own lifespan. The rainbow, a symbol from Genesis of God's covenant after the flood, spans the composition, embracing the elements of this life and the biblical promise of salvation crossing over from this world to the next. That overarching sense of peace and satisfaction in communal labor, set against the backdrop of the American landscape, is a hallmark of Moses's artistic career and a significant source of her enduring popularity. Her landscapes, successors to a 19th century tradition of incorporating metaphorical and spiritual meaning into a view, provide a setting at once personal and universal, grounding her vision of a life well lived. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. So I'm going to start by echoing the thanks expressed by Randy for all of the wonderful panelist papers that we've seen so far, and also thank you to Leslie and Lindsay and Maria and all of the other SAM colleagues who made this exhibition and special day very possible. So that is also me. And I'm somebody who has been thinking a lot about the art and life of Grandma Moses. And so I really want to start my talk today with a kind of overview of the different avenues my research has taken and how they led me to the essay that I wrote for this catalog, which is titled Modern Farmhouse, Reframing the Past-Oriented Paintings of Grandma Moses. When I was in graduate school, Moses emerged as one of the key figures of my dissertation, which was supported here by a Douglas Foundation Fellowship, so thank you for that. And fun fact, I actually went into labor with my first child the night before the Fellows Symposium, almost exactly 11 years ago today. And one of my dear colleagues had to deliver my talk, which was called Goodwill Grandma, Anna Mary Robertson Moses and Cold War Cultural Diplomacy. As the title of that talk indicates, I was particularly interested in the political utility of Moses's painting at mid-century, focusing especially on a tour of her work that Otto Kallir organized, and which Jamie mentioned earlier in his talk today. And it was supported by the United States Information Service, opening at the Neue Gallery in Kallir's native Vienna in the summer of 1950, and traveling from there, making it to Paris by winter. I'm showing you a few of the posters that were made for that international tour. This research formed the core of the Moses chapter in my dissertation, which I later published with UC Press as Gatecrashers, The Rise of the Self-Taught Artists in America, and which I also turned into an exhibition at the High Museum of Art where I work. That book traces the popularity of John Kane, Horace Pippin, and Grandma Moses in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s, respectively. And you can see in the installation shot that I have on this slide, paintings by this kind of big three on display in the intro gallery of the exhibition. While there were many self-taught artists who rose to prominence across those decades, in Gatecrashers, I argued that the consecutive breakthroughs of Kane, Pippin, and Moses uniquely trace the rise and fall of the mainstream art world's fascination with self-taught artists between the wars. Moses carved out a unique position for herself at mid-century across many registers, from her popularity abroad in the Cold War era to the way that her work resonated with the echoes of American scene painting and existed somewhat tenuously and provocatively in the standoff between schools of realism and abstraction that Jamie spoke a little bit about, and I believe we're going to hear from our other colleague, Robert Cozzolino, about a little bit later today. So before Moses appeared in Gatecrashers at the High, I had the opportunity to include her in a different survey of interwar American painting when we took Amanda Burden's exhibition for the Brandywine Museum of Art, Rural Modern American Art Beyond the City. As its subtitle makes clear, Amanda's exhibition surveyed the many ways that American artists explored and innovated modernist styles while operating outside of the major US metropoles between the world wars. And when we took this exhibition at the High, we expanded its size and scope, retitling it as Cross Country, The Power of Place in American Art. Whereas the original checklist skewed heavily towards representations of New England and the Midwest, we added many examples of Southern work, such as a French Quarter scene by Jacob Lawrence that is at the center of this wall, where it's flanked by Clarence John Laughlin's photographs of the ghostly remains of a Mississippi plantation. I also facilitated the addition of many self-taught artists to the show because many of them, like Moses, also produce landscapes and genre scenes celebrating American locales across the country during this period. A review that the exhibition earned, I'm sorry if I didn't have the right slide up there. Did you guys get to see that? Or did I not? That was the Jacob Lawrence, sorry. And then this is Clarence John Laughlin of the Mississippi Plantation. A review that the exhibition earned in our local paper, the AJC, features one of the early paintings by Moses that we included and is also in the current exhibition, and you've seen in some presentations already today. Then a couple of years later, I was invited to give a lecture at the Georgia Museum of Art about one of Charles Sheeler's Bucks County barns that was part of the Terra Foundation's loan program. And I used this as an opportunity to start thinking about what I would ultimately go on to write for this catalog, which is a meditation on the currency of the farmhouse, both in Moses's and Sheeler's time and in ours. My essay draws upon the power of the farmhouse as a vehicle for transporting anxiety-ridden viewers to a romanticized past. And it also asks, why are the atavistic impulses of Moses and Sheeler treated so differently by art history? After all, they were contemporaries. Sheeler made his Bucks County barns, or this Bucks County barn, the same year that Moses debuted in New York at the Galerie Saint-Étienne in the exhibition titled What a Farm Wife Painted. Their degree of artistic training, styles, and circles may have been exceedingly different, but they were both surrounded by gallerists and critics who made passionate arguments about their painting, especially their paintings of barns and rural life, and how they achieved the much sought-after holy grail of ingenuity, originality, and national character in American art. Yet it is Sheeler, not Moses, who gets credit as, to quote the legendary Wanda Corn, the founding father of the discourse of the American tradition, or the usable past. My essay and the talk that I have adapted from it argues that far from being passively engaged with memory painting, Moses also powerfully and intentionally marshaled the architecture, material culture, and rural ritual of bygone eras, using the farmhouse to anchor her viewers in a version of the American past that is as evocative today as it was at mid-century. The sprawling farmhouse where Moses lived for many years in Eagle Bridge, New York, was a central character in her paintings and persona. She was frequently pictured with it, posing before the lenses of renowned mid-century photographers like Arnold Newman, as well as her gallerist Otto Kallir, who photographed her both in its cozy interior and before its white-painted wood facade. One of Moses's earliest and most widely exhibited paintings of her home, Mount Nebo in winter, shows the farmhouse complex in hazy shades of white and gray against the snow-covered fields that surround it. In a cheeky gesture to their biblical surname, the Moses family adopted Mount Nebo, a reference to the mountain where the Hebrew prophet Moses disappeared just before reaching the Promised Land, as a nickname first for their homestead in Stanton, Virginia, and later for the Eagle Bridge farmhouse where they settled in 1905. Moses would remain in that house until April 1951, when she moved into a more modern ranch home that her grandson had built just across the road. But she continued to refer to Mount Nebo as her home for the rest of her life, and depicted it in dozens of paintings before her death a decade later. In addition to her own farmhouses in Virginia and New York, Moses painted other dear rural homesteads, including her childhood home, the homes of her ancestors, and many less specific Cambridge Valley domiciles and adjacent barn complexes. The rural architecture that was ubiquitous in her landscapes may have been inspired by buildings that were at least a century old by the time Moses painted them, but their style was also de rigueur at mid-century. Thomas Sennenberg has detailed how, when Moses had her debut show in 1940, Colonial Revival, broadly defined as an impulse to appropriate forms, motifs, and symbols from the American past for reuse, was being newly popularized by the Cape Cod-style houses designed by the architect Royal Barry Wills. The modest houses that Moses painted from memory in this and many other works have the bones of the buildings that, much to the chagrin of architectural aesthetes who preferred that more modern luminaries like Frank Lloyd Wright represent the pinnacle of American architecture, drove Wills's home building empire. Wills was to mid-century home design what Moses was to mid-century painting, in that many curators and critics were unwilling to accept her as the big figure that the American art establishment had long desired to make an impact on a global stage, despite the widespread popularity of her paintings and related commercial goods. As the present Moses exhibition is unfurling and continuing to travel, Colonial Revival in domestic architecture has gone through many evolutions, tweaked and rebranded most recently as modern farmhouse style. Modern farmhouses, characterized by pitch roofs, white and gray siding, and wooden floors, have emerged as the most popular, thank you, home design trend in the United States, and have been hailed by the New York Times as today's McMansion. Many link the emergence of this trend to Chip and Joanna Gaines, who rose to prominence through their popular HGTV show Fixer Upper, we all love it, and subsequent home goods and lifestyle brand Magnolia. Their overarching aesthetic, described by Joanna Gaines as white wood and antiques, could also describe the style of Moses's Mount Nebo. In Arnold Newman's 1949 portrait of Moses at home, she sits in a rocker set back in an alcove. Before her lies a braided rug of the variety that she painted in her rare but beloved interior scenes, spread on the kind of wide plank floors that the Gaineses preserve as much as possible in their rehab projects. Light streams through the lace curtains, delineating the fronds of a large fern and catching the reflection of a glazed teapot, while a stoneware bottle sits on the floor. This portrait of a woman in her collection of homespun crafts may have been taken 75 years ago, but it nonetheless has a tremendous kinship with the kind of photographs that can today be found on Instagram with hashtags like Magnolia Style and Cottagecore. The persistence of colonial revival as a powerful force in American self-styling and consumption has always been, and continues to be, both a reflection of an idealized agrarian past that is at the core of our national mythos, and a related way of tempering anxiety about the myriad boogeymen of modern life. The farmhouse-flecked countryside that Moses depicted was a panacea for the Cold War era in the same way that the Gaines's highly produced rehab fairy tales offer comfort amid our eminently doom-scrollable late capitalist polycrisis. That the Gaineses started their empire in Waco, Texas, site of the 1993 siege and mass suicide of David Koresh's Branch Davidians, as well as one of President Donald Trump's first rallies for his most recent presidential campaign, is not insignificant to the relationship that colonial revival often has to white conservatist ideology. Yet the modern farmhouse aesthetic today also transcends political, racial, and urban-rural divides, as demonstrated by the ubiquity that I experience in Atlanta daily, where I pass newly built modern farmhouses whose wraparound porches nearly touch in their cheek-by-jowl urban lots. Farmhouses are thus a main through line in this talk and my essay from which it derives, both because of their sustained cultural power and because of how they situate Moses's past-oriented modernity in relation to other artists. And I hope that you see that as a through line in a lot of these talks, and Eleanor's talk and Jamie's talk, even the glitter comparisons that Josie made to other 20th century artists. But this is part of the work of situating self-taught artists more kind of solidly and permanently within art historical canons, is recognizing all of these ways that even if they weren't in conversation with or looking to other peer artists or past artists, they are doing the same kinds of things with their work that we have already kind of given credit to other artists for doing. So atavism was a major tool in the kit of the artists who I learned about in graduate school as modernist primitivists, people like Pablo Picasso and Paul Gauguin. There was predominantly Euro and Euro-American artists who, in the decades surrounding the turn of the 20th century, sought to reinvent their artistic language by looking back across a longitude of time, as well as latitudinally to distant cultures that weren't theirs, often doing both at once. In the United States, historical folk art emerged as an important lightning rod for such transformative energy, especially in the work of Charles Sheeler. His attraction to vernacular architecture and material culture was seeded by his education at Philadelphia's School of Industrial Art at the turn of the century, and flourished after he moved to Bucks County, Pennsylvania in 1910. With his former classmate from the Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts, Morton Schamberg, Sheeler lived in a historical landmark, an 18th century house that had been restored by Henry Chapman Mercer, a collector who had by then amassed more than 30,000 tools, Moravian ceramics, and other artifacts, which he displayed in a 6-story castle that is still open to the public today, called the Mercer Museum in Fonthill Castle. Mercer was at the forefront of a trend in historical preservation and restoration that produced numerous living history museums between the two world wars. Other examples include Henry Ford's Greenfield Village and John D. and Abby Aldrich Rockefeller's Colonial Williamsburg. Sheeler would photograph and paint the latter, resulting in works like Kitchen Williamsburg, painted in 1937, by which time he had developed his own robust collection of utilitarian and decorative art. Constance Rourke, editor of the Index of American Design, an encyclopedic collection of American folk and decorative art completed through the Federal Art Project that I'll come back to at the end of my talk, positioned Sheeler within the context of culturally nationalist anxiety in her 1938 monograph on the artist. Tellingly subtitled, An Artist in the American Tradition, she wrote, "We have been obsessed by the idea that so many tides of influence from the outside have washed over us that we can never have an art of our own. Sheeler's art is proof to the contrary. Beyond its derivations from native sources, it achieves a composite of qualities which could belong only to ourselves." Otto Kallir saw the same characteristics in Moses, As someone who was already familiar with trends in European painting and museology, Kallir came to the United States receptive to the aesthetic and cultural contributions of untrained artists and recognized a quality he deemed uniquely American in Moses. In an early demonstration of his gift for positioning Moses, Kallir commissioned the novelist Louis Bromfield to write the introduction to Grandma Moses, American Primitive, published in 1946. By this time, Bromfield had carved out a Moses-like profile for himself in the field of post-World War I American literature through his literary yet middle-brow parables of life in rural Ohio. Though he won a Pulitzer Prize for his 1926 book, Early Autumn, he was derided by peers like Ernest Hemingway and F. Scott Fitzgerald for being parochial in his concerns. About a decade before he wrote the intro for American Primitive, Bromfield had purchased 3 farms totaling 600 acres and enlisted architects to refurbish and expand an 1886 farmhouse that could have been in a Moses painting, and which he named Malabar Farm. In his essay, Bromfield expressed a kinship with Moses and suggested that her many years on the farm equipped her with an authority that belied other contemporary painters' depictions of rural subjects. He wrote, there have been and are today many technically skilled artists who paint farm scenes and rural landscapes, but nearly all of them simply paint pictures, adroit and sophisticated perhaps in design and color, but without the luminosity, enthusiasm, and understanding which one finds in Grandma Moses' pictures. Too many of them are flat in spirit, with the smell of the studio about them. They reveal little inwardness or warmth. Bromfield didn't name names, but it could very well have been Schiller, whose air of tutored sophistication and studio practice lingered on his rural scenes. The chilly feeling that Schiller applied to industrial and rural subjects alike provoked comment on more than one occasion. In the painting of a Bucks County farm from 1932 that was featured on the cover of Rourke's Schiller monograph, the hard edges of a white farmhouse and adjoining barn complex rise starkly against a mildly overcast sky. Bare trees tell that it is a crisp season of late fall or early spring, and the light of a fading sun casts shadows against the barn complex, evoking its cool and drafty interiors. Grazing chickens, the only presence of warm blood in this work, are atypical in Schiller's farm scenes, which more often exclude human and animal activity altogether. Adding to the often ghostly atmosphere of Schiller's paintings was his refusal to leave any sign of his hand, as he preferred the sharp finish of his aptly named precisionist style. Schiller said famously, "I favor the picture which arrives at its destination without evidence of a trying journey, rather than one which shows the marks of battle. An efficient army buries its dead." A little stark. In the same era that Schiller was painting his Bucks County barn, Moses had relinquished many of her farm duties and had begun devoting more time to art, starting with her worsted wool pictures. She embroidered Mount Nebo several times, including in Mount Nebo on the Hill, which shows her well-trimmed white farmhouse as it appeared from the road, with a neat array of outbuildings to its right. Her sky includes the same smattering of stratus clouds seen in Schiller's painting of a similar hue, but her season is warmer, nourishing the leaves on her trees and blooms on her shrubs, foliage she elegantly crafted with single stitches. Many have noted, as we did in the tour last night, how in her shift to painting, Moses retained the economy of her stitchwork, building the details of her compositions with a kind of paintbrush embroidery. A decade before she would become one of the most vocal opponents of Moses, critic Emily Genauer admired the common threads across Moses's works in various media, writing, "Her colors are fresh and clear, perhaps because she found expression first through bright embroidery. Her textures are rich. Even her drawing is loose and fluid." Moses thus translated the homespun warmth of her early wool work into the medium of painting, and the result was that even her snowiest scenes were anything but chilly. And now we know glitter also had a lot to do with kind of warming them up. In addition to marking the beginning of the USIS-backed European tour of her paintings, 1950 saw the release of a short documentary on Moses directed by Jerome Hill and narrated by Archibald MacLeish, who emphasized the role of memory in Moses's work. For MacLeish, the distance of memory was not diluting, but rather authenticating. In his words, what she paints is what she knows, or rather what she once knew and now remembers and sees therefore in the true perspective which knowledge and memory make. There's a lot going on in that. Even he acknowledged the way memory can be an editor, that in service of self-preservation, Moses did not dwell on the many difficulties of farm life. In a highly critical review of Hill's Moses film, critic Helen Frank noted the artist's tendency to gloss over the more trying parts of her experience. Frank writes, "Memory has been kind, for her reminiscences are happy ones, with nothing more menacing than a thunderstorm to disturb the orderly existence so nostalgically recalled." Moses had handed over daily farm duties to younger generations of her family sometime in the 1930s, a decade that was particularly difficult for American agriculture. New England farmers did not endure plights of the same magnitude of those suffered by their Midwestern and Southern counterparts who experienced catastrophic drought and boll weevil infestation, but they had their fair share of devastating natural disasters. The subject of Philip Evergood's 1939 painting, My Forebears Were Pioneers, could be mistaken for Moses herself, but it was actually based on a photograph that Evergood saw in newspaper coverage of the Great New England Hurricane of 1938, which wreaked havoc on the coast of New York but did not come far enough inland to reach Eagle Bridge. The storms Moses did paint reflect a farmer's appreciation for the at times merciless whims of weather, but never the bleak record of such vicissitudes, as you can see in Evergood's painting or Alexander Hoag's portraits of Dust Bowl devastation, such as Crucified Land, also of 1939. Like Evergood, Hoag, and Sheeler, and a litany of other more canonical painters celebrated in this era, Moses situated the American rural past and present as the domains of white Americans. As Erica Doss points out in her essay for this catalog, Moses did not include Black or Indigenous individuals in her paintings, even when she chose to paint historical events in which they were crucially involved, such as the Battle of Bennington and the Civil War. The often literally glaring whiteness of the Americans she represented has been a sticking point in some of the critical attention that the current exhibition has sparked, but more on that later. I'm raising it now as another example of how she made choices about who and what to depict in scenes of American rural life. And the last example I'd like to give of her selectivity is that she also chose not to depict the infrastructure of modernity that had reached her part of New England in her lifetime. In the 1940s and 50s, Eagle Bridge remained a rural community, but as scholars like Carol Ann Marling have noted, it certainly had more telecommunications and transportation infrastructure than Moses's paintings typically convey. Moses's valleys are rarely besmirched by poles cradling and stretching wires across long distances, but photographs of her taken by Otto Kallir during a shoot for the aforementioned 1950 documentary show Moses bundled up in a horse-drawn sleigh with telephone poles rising in the distance. The year before these photographs were taken, Moses also declined to travel to the latest exhibition of her work at Galerie Saint-Étienne. And as a result, her farmhouse became the site of, quote, an event unique in the history of radio and television, end quote, conducted by NBC Studios and General Electric. A broadcast of her paintings as they were being hung in Manhattan was combined with a telephone interview she conducted with Kallir as she watched the opening night of her exhibition on a newly installed General Electric television while she was photographed by the media for stories that would appear across multiple newspapers. Moses called the production, quote, an experience I shall never forget, end quote, albeit not one that she would paint. Televisions, let alone telephones, radios, or electric lights, do not appear in interior scenes like Christmas at Home, which are instead filled with the technologies of previous centuries, spinning wheels, large hearths, and candlelight. Since the moment that art world power brokers first embraced Moses and her untrained peers, there has been an awareness that those artists who manage to break through despite a lack of credentials do so because of how they intersect with the practices of those who do have such credentials. Sidney Janis, for instance, wrote in his 1942 anthology, They Taught Themselves, which included Moses, paradoxically, although the self-taught artist does not make a selection from the complex and developed painting tradition of today, he often independently achieves isolated results that parallel those of cultivated expressions. This accidental modernist mentality surrounds self-taught artists to this day, despite the fact that it is incredibly patronizing and indeed a significant impediment to their true integration into histories of modernism. Notwithstanding the differences between how Charles Sheeler and Moses turned to the rural past as vital subject matter for their 20th century art practices, there are many more similarities that mid-century critics and subsequent generations of art historians have been willing to admit. In order to really see them as peers, we must accept Moses's agency. She did not just passively let her memory take the wheel, but actively and selectively created scenes of American life that struck a chord with her highly anxious mid-century audiences, as well as her highly anxious 21st century audiences. Like Sheeler, she too embraced the farmhouse and a highly edited version of the countryside in which it dwells to achieve a style whose warm atavism uniquely rose to its moment. So the conclusion of my essay takes a sharp turn, ending with a figure of Simone Lee's monumental bronze satellite, which was presented as part of her history-making American Pavilion at the 2022 Venice Biennale. This shift to a Black contemporary artist whose practice critically engages with legacies of colonization and enslavement is admittedly abrupt, as I'm sure it feels now, but it felt necessary and feels necessary to acknowledge how the farmhouse-centered atavism of artists like Moses and Sheeler promote a romanticized view of our national past as a country of white yeoman farmers, a view that artists like Lee profoundly challenge. When I was writing the initial drafts of my essay, Lee was on my mind as she made history with this critically acclaimed pavilion, but also because she was among the contemporary artists featured in Hear Me Now, the Black Potters of Old Edgefield, South Carolina, which we were preparing to present at the High in the spring of 2024. That show surveyed the extraordinary American stoneware tradition that emerged around the turn of the 19th century through industrially scaled economies of slavery after a kaolin deposit was discovered in the region. Edgefield pottery was just becoming known outside of the South in the same era that Moses's work gained traction. Face jugs were among the only productions attributed to Black artists who have been included in the Index of American Design, the Encyclopedia of American Folk and Material Culture, generated by the Federal Art Project that I mentioned earlier in my talk. Simone Lee was among the half-dozen contemporary artists included in Hear Me Now who have mined the artistic legacy of Edgefield potters to create bodies of work that center African diasporic forms which have so often been left out of what has been deemed usable in the American past. The ways that our collective history have been mined by Lee and Moses are radically dissonant, but the privilege of being an art historian and curator in the 21st century is that we don't need to do what critics and curators did to Moses in the post-war period, when an enduring inferiority complex with Europe led so many to diminish her painterly talent and mass appeal in order to promote American artists they deemed more vital. I so hope that the stakes of our current cultural moment will not, once again, bury Moses because of how her selectively romantic vision of a white-dominated past chafes against the historical truth-telling that we've come to value in our field. Instead, can we not see her as part of an expanded canon of American art where there's room for many? On that note, I'll just close with my gratitude to colleagues across the Smithsonian who uphold the legacy of so many important artists from Moses to Nick Cave, whose mammoth exhibition also draws heavily on his own memories of life on the Missouri farm of his grandparents, with dramatically different results. And I also can't close without expressing my deep love for the truly unmissable cast of artists currently on view in the State Fair's exhibition at the Renwick. The coexistence of such an array of artists and shows right here and now is the present and future of American art, and I applaud the pluralism that the Smithsonian strives to maintain. Thank you.
thank you, Katie, for that last point. I think that was beautifully done. Thank you, Leslie and Randy, for inviting me into this conversation. I am an outsider here because in being invited to think about this was my first time really thinking about Grandma Moses. So we'll see how this goes. But also I want to thank Lindsay for all the work you've done to help put this together. Everyone for staying for the last talk. One of the mixed blessings of being the last person is that everybody's used my anecdotes. So it'll be, in the spirit of me being a musician, callbacks and a call and response to the very beginning. So I'm Robert Cozzolino. I'm based in Minneapolis, and I'm a curator of Fluid Time. So, what do Peter Bloom and Anna Mary Robertson Moses have to do with one another? On the surface, it's a dubious comparison. One artist is best known for his anti-fascist painting, The Eternal City, which he developed over 3 years of dedicated work through Guggenheim Foundation-supported visits to Italy in 1932 and 33, and then in 1936. The other became famous for her bucolic memory pictures of Virginia and Vermont made over the course of days rather than years, sometimes weeks. When Bloom emerged in the mid-1920s, writers focused on his youthfulness and joked about his slow output. Moses, of course, gained an audience for her work at age 80, and her reception brims with incessant mentions of her advanced age and her industriousness. In a career that lasted about 21 years, she is estimated to have painted over 1,500 panels. Bloom was active for 70 years and scarcely completed 75 paintings, including 3 murals. It would seem there is little to be gained by putting them together. And yet, there they are, paired in a poem published in The New Yorker on June 11, 1949, in which the writer, Eloise Barangan, imagined the artist batting aphorisms back and forth in conversation. It reads, "It takes 7 years for my art to bloom," said Peter Bloom to Grandma Moses. "4 pictures at once uses paint in large doses," said Grandma Moses to Peter Bloom. "I've symbols for sorrow and symbols for doom," said Peter Bloom to Grandma Moses. "Never heard of Freud, don't believe in neurosis," said Grandma Moses to Peter Bloom. "Man gropes toward the stars from the edge of the tomb," said Peter Bloom to Grandma Moses. "Man proposes, but God disposes," said Grandma Moses to Peter Bloom. This imagined dialogue appeared in an auspicious year for both artists. In January 1949, Bloom exhibited The Rock, a painting he had struggled with since 1938. It was met with wide acclaim, and Life magazine published a full-color article about it in April. You see it here. 7,000 people saw it over 4 weeks at Durlacher Brothers Gallery in New York. Bloom's painting explored, in his words, quote, "the continual process of man's rebuilding out of a devastated world." It resonated in a world still recovering from the traumas of World War II and reckoning with the new existential threat of nuclear weapons. The Rock won the Publix Award for Most Popular Painting in the Carnegie International in 1950, an exhibition that included Moses's painting, The Plowboy. Jackson Pollock, about whom Life had taunted readers with the question, "Is he the greatest living painter in the United States?" in August 1949, was not included in that show. Moses met President Harry S. Truman and Eleanor Roosevelt when she traveled to Washington, D.C. to receive the Women's National Press Club Award on May 14, 1949. In the same year, she received an honorary doctorate at Russell Sage College in Troy, New York, and she became a cultural ambassador through her work in 1950 when Otto Kallir convinced the United States Information Service to send a solo exhibition of her work on a European tour. Also in 1950, Jerome Hill's film about her was nominated for an Academy Award. Moses's images entered homes via Hallmark greeting cards, plates, and fabric designs. This partially explains why in 1949, a poet imagined Bloom and Moses in a conversation together. Each one had captivated the public's attention, despite appearing to dwell in different cultural realms. That the editors of The New Yorker ran a poem like this shows that they thought their readers, which exceeded 500,000 at that time, would get the poem's humor and irony. These were unlikely pop culture figures, resilient enough in their public reputations to be the subjects of another art form. Yet it is still odd that of all the artists active at mid-century in the U.S., the Barangan should land on them. Why is Moses paired with Peter Bloom rather than, say, Pollock, Georgia O'Keeffe, or Salvador Dali, also on the public's radar? At least Dali had made designs for Hallmark. I don't think he was asked to do it a second time. While the poem trades on contrast, there is some common ground to be pulled. Is there some common ground to be pulled out of this juxtaposition? It is instructive to consider the assumptions built into the poem. It turns on ideas about the meaning of Bloom and Moses' work, their personalities, and their artistic practices. I first read the poem while researching my Peter Bloom retrospective in 2012 that appeared at PAFA in late 2014. The pairing's fantastic incongruity, humor, and uncanniness struck me then. Now I see it differently, having been invited to think about Moses' work for the first time. And as I re-encounter work and artwork and the rhetoric around them a decade or decades later, I marvel at what has changed between us. We regard one another with new ideas, perceptions, and questions. Looking at each of the stanzas in relation to Bloom and Moses' actual words and their work brings out unexpected correspondences that Barangan either missed or, by writing the poem, nudge us to consider. It takes 7 years for my art to bloom. 4 pictures at once uses paint in large doses. Barangan's first stanza introduces her subject's relative working styles. Bloom, as reported in the April 11, 1949 Life magazine article about the rock, took years to develop and make his major paintings. Bloom, B-L-O-O-M, her pun on his name, implies that his painting needed to be cultivated, nurtured gradually from a tiny, unremarkable-looking seed, and given sunlight, water, all the nourishment to allow it to grow and open up to reveal its fruit and potential. The process that resulted in this finished painting was an organic one of growth and emergence. It involved almost 100 automatic drawings, and I'm showing you just a few of them right here, including the one on top here, which was actually kind of a breakthrough image that he, as you can see, drew on December 7th, 1941, that wound up really starting to generate the content of the painting. Bloom experienced a psychological crisis that, due to the artistic pressures and anxiety about the world situation, that led him to make automatic drawings for the first time, tapping deep into his psyche. As he told curator James Thrall Sobey in 1950, quote, "The meaning of the woman digging her fingers into the earth, obsessive, is rather complex. I had associated myself with the action of that figure. Fingers digging under the topsoil seemed like reaching into the womb. Kenneth Burke would probably point out that those hands are digging out a stone, Peter, Petrus. Hence, I was trying to bring forth myself in this process." Moses' imagined retort to Peter Bloom's assertion about time is to note how much material it requires to keep her studio going to meet demand. In Barangan's mind, Moses does not have the luxury of lingering or meditating on her method or subject matter, but simply needs to get the work done. There are clients, whether individual or corporate, to satisfy. One painting at a time on an easel or tipped up table is impractical and cut into production. 4 or more works going at once, pulling from the same loaded up palette, suits the work. Art is labor equal to doing chores around the farm and household. This latter aspect of her persona formed a significant image in the public's imagination about Moses. Quote, "She still doesn't paint until she's swept the house and done the chores, just as she's been doing for many years," one writer commented in 1943. That same year, a woman's magazine praised her, quote, "farm wife's adaptability for turning her hand to anything." Writers connected her matter-of-fact ability to knit, preserve, and bake to painting, simply another of her home skills. The Jerome Hill film makes this connection visually through an early succession of scenes that show Moses doing necessary daily work, like this. An ad in the New York Times for Moses' 1940 appearance at Gimbel's department store's Thanksgiving Forum reassured, quote, "Fussing with cranberry sauce may seem a bit useless in these turbulent times. It's not. A woman can't do much about wars or rumors of wars. She can fight to make the world a pleasanter place by perfecting her cranberry sauce." This aspect of her artistic identity was satirized in a New Yorker cartoon just a few months after Barangan's poem appeared. Also in 1949, a male artist slumps despondently before a blank canvas. The caption, spoken firmly by a woman who needs no mystical inspiration to do the necessary work of the household, reads, quote, "Grandma Moses doesn't get into a funk. Grandma Moses doesn't have to wait for creative yeast. Grandma Moses isn't hamstrung by the tensions of her time. Grandma Moses knocks them out one after another. Grandma Moses," and you can insert other things that maybe Grandma Moses does better than this guy. The idea that Moses knocked out paintings as though making hotcakes on a griddle is not true. While she definitely worked at a quicker pace than Bloom did, Moses was careful, studied, open to discovering new effects in the process of painting, and had clear ideas about method. I'm showing you here a version of Sugaring Off from 1943 that's currently hanging at the Pennsylvania Academy in their show, A Nation of Artists. In examining any Moses painting, it is clear they required a great deal of attention and invested time, as anybody who's spent time in the galleries could see. In My Life's History, for instance, she describes how, quote, "Painting is a very pleasant hobby if one does not have to hurry. I love to take my time and finish things up right." She further notes, quote, "I like to finish a painting and then study it for a week or 10 days. Almost always then I see where one can improve it," undermining the presumption that she belted them out. Moses also describes how she mixes her colors in this book. They are not used right out of a tube, and she also preferred small brushes, necessitating focus and care to achieve details, specificity, and texture effects that she sought throughout the paintings in different specific areas. Nor did she simply go at her boards, but rather took time to prepare them before she could paint. She brushed on linseed oil, followed by 3 coats of white ground, each layer requiring time to dry before she could compose her picture. Moses also kept reference images clipped from printed sources that she would trace or use as paper dolls to sort out and consider the composition before committing to paint. Finally, Moses considered her frames to be important. She selected and even modified her masonite panels in order to fit a selected frame, which she sometimes handled herself, from sawing of the panel, if necessary, and the hammering and the fitting. All these aspects of Moses' practice, evident in the look of the completed paintings, contrast with her response to Peter Bloom in the poem. Bloom hadn't actually ever spent 7 years making a painting. He worked on the canvas that became the rock for about 5 years, beginning in 1944. Roughly 4 of those involved physically painting. Between 1938 and 1945, he followed an improvisatory and spontaneous method that generated material that blossomed into the final composition. Again, I'm showing you just a handful of the kinds of composition sketches he made very quickly in lots of different materials with anything that was at hand as he was developing that painting long before he painted it. And then this is a photograph that he took of the canvas that would become the rock in his studio, and you can see what's tacked up, like physically pinned to the canvas, are sheets of paper where he's still questioning whether that's going to be the final design, is swapping things out back and forth. And then while he was painting it, he took this photograph of it in progress that shows that he's still not completely sure about the exact details. He'll change things in it. And this was radically different than the way he worked before he had this sort of emotional breakdown in the process of it. So for instance, when he was working on the Eternal City, it evolved from meticulously crafted drawings, like this one, the content of which he carefully rendered into the painting in that same precise way. The process that led to the rock taught him to trust his intuition, to put all of his ideas down on, again, whatever was at hand, test, define, rethink, work around every angle, turn things inside out, and allow for change and accident. At a 1945 conference, Bloom described this process just as he was preparing to begin painting the rock. Quote, "In the process of painting a picture, we must be alive as we create, alive to the changes and relationships from moment to moment, so that all the parts are living components of the whole. The quality we admire most in a work of art is not a mere reflection of life, but life itself." I've symbols for sorrow and symbols for doom. Never heard of Freud, don't believe in neurosis. Bloom felt that his personal regeneration enabled the rock and led him to the subject that would occupy him for the rest of his life, what he called the Phoenix theme. Rather than a nihilist image of sorrow and doom, critics, and Bloom himself, considered the rock to be a resonant allegory of hope and renewal, human beings working in concert with nature to make a better world or make amends for what went wrong. Sorrow and doom coexist with love and collaboration in times of turmoil and crises, but they did not define Bloom's work. Throughout his career, he recognized that these feelings permeate the true state of things, balanced by humanity's need for humor, whimsy, and love. This leads from his earliest paintings, such as Home for Christmas, which you see here, made when he was 20 years old, through to Tasso's Oak, made between 1957 and 1960, and then beyond. Moses' response to Bloom's claim in the poem that his content carries meanings beyond appearances teases about psychoanalysis. She has not heard of the famous interpreter of dreams and implies that whatever underlies personality and conduct has a mundane explanation. Varangan's line dissuades our impulse to read anything into Moses' work besides what you see. Moses did not discuss meaning, though she enumerated stories that could be connected to imagery and explained the events or details of a scene on occasion. Yet she made references to the hardship of her life that suggest how her beliefs and lived experience make it into the work. Of course, beginning to paint with focus at age 78 brings with it the cumulative history of someone who, in her case, lived through the Civil War, pandemics, World War I, the Great Depression, World War II, and a Cold War. If these things did not touch her directly, they involved the communities around her, including extended family. Living to 101, let alone 80, means you witness loved ones and neighbors, the famous and the intimate, precede you in death. Moses referenced these things as matter of fact in that practical way she had, which Varangan captured in the fictional voice of her poem. Her experience as a mother brings this home. Moses reflected, quote, "We had 10 children, but there were only 5 that grew. One lived to be 6 weeks, and the others were dead born. Stillborn, they called it. But they had to have graves just the same, 5 little graves that I left in that beautiful Shenandoah Valley." In Hill's film, Archibald MacLeish quotes this over footage of Moses holding up a painting and pointing to the land as though to suggest what lies beneath the surface. In Moses' landscapes and scenes of community, we may see, as James Thrall Sobey complained about her, joy but not sorrow, calm but not violence, and an elimination of all dark content. The, quote, emotional intensity that Sobey failed to see is precisely in that relationship between people working or playing in a rhythm that makes community. Moses' people are invested in connections with the others. They will come to rely on one another in good times and bad. There is no greater emotional intensity than that interdependence and vulnerability. I see a parallel between Moses' implied full and complex life and that of Gertrude Abercrombie, and how that awareness underlies their imagery. Abercrombie lived an intense, sometimes wild life, full of interpersonal drama, trauma, and dysfunction, dedicated to living on her terms, cultivating relationships starting in the 1930s that included black jazz musicians and LGBTQ community members, experiencing the highs of good times, love and music, opening her South Side of Chicago home to a diverse community. None of that is evident in her clean, controlled interiors that keep out the chaos and crises. She told an interviewer in 1972, quote, "I try to make my art real. I often find my paintings more real than the world around me, and they are quieter, and I can put in that painted world just whom I choose." It wasn't a method of sanitizing, but holding back the storm just outside the windows and door, something that she could not do in real life. Moses's work must work in a similar way. She noted, quote, "When I find things a little rough, I take up my paintbrushes and I let the world go by. I am glad that the president paints. It must take him away from his many worries." She may have lost siblings and children, but remarked, quote, "We had to take the bitter with the sweet. I was happy and contented. I knew nothing better and made the best out of what life offered. And life is what we make it, always has been, always will be." While Barangan has Moses mock psychology, she did make comments about her work that reveal her connection to the unconscious or otherworldly as a way to access creativity. Quote, "I like to paint something that leads me on and on into the unknown, something that I want to see a way on beyond." She said about her process, quote, "I close my eyes and think until I begin to see a picture. It is then that I start painting." Moses did not paint outdoors, but rather observed her environment and knew its feeling, then translated her memory through imagination. Quote, "I find that I work much better this way than if I paint directly from nature. My imagination has freer play, and my subjects are not confined to the objects around me." In My Life's History, Moses makes a remarkable observation, musing, quote, "I am not superstitious or anything like that, but there is something like an overruling power. I never thought that I would do such work. I never know how I'm going to paint until I start in. Something tells me what to go right on and do." She then goes on to suggest that her late husband, Thomas, quote, "had something to do about this painting business. I have always thought ever since he died, I wonder if he's come back. I wonder if he's watching over me." This remark suggests that Moses painted with loss looking over her shoulder, a companion whose weight does not burden, but rather grounds her. This unspoken and yet self-evident company, gathered in a full life, is channeled through emotions below the surface. Jane Kallir makes an important observation about bonds of grief between Moses and her grandfather, Otto Kallir, in the current catalog. Quote, "They each suffered profound losses. 3 of the artist's siblings died in childhood. Half of her own children did not survive infancy. My grandfather lost the country of his birth and later had to come to terms with the extermination or death in war of countless relatives and friends. It is possible these traumatic experiences constituted an unspoken bond between the two of them. For the war-weary public, Moses' deceptively simple formula, memory and hope, seemed to guarantee a better future." Man gropes toward the stars from the edge of the tomb. Man proposes, but God disposes. This profound exchange at the end of Barangan's poem is where the two artists align most closely in her imagination. Bloom asserts that humanity strives and aspires for that which seems beyond reach, into the unknown, despite or because of the inevitable. Moses' pithy retort has in it a similar sentiment, though from a theological vantage point. We may build up, attempt lofty things, believe that we have answers, and even try to leave our mark, but we still return to the soil and stars. While some might see futility because we are in flawed vessels, the emphasis is on the will to make meaning by proposing ideas or groping for the stars. Moses understood this power. She received a letter in 1947 from an admirer who revealed the impact of her imagery. They wrote, quote, "We are living in a pretty awful world, with war and disease and hunger and an atomic bomb. The world that you show in your beautiful paintings is the kind of world we must try to bring back." Similarly, critic Margaret Bruning, in reviewing The Rock, stated that despite Bloom's presentation of destruction and decay, his message was, quote, "an optimistic view at the moment when our familiar world seems to be crumbling about us." Bloom discussed art and society in political and ethical terms at a conference in June 1945. Just as there is no formula for painting perfect pictures, he argued, there is no formula for creating a perfect society. It is ever-changing, quote, enmeshed in countless intangibles and full of infinite possibilities, end quote. The artist is intertwined with society and connected with its actions, whether benevolent or horrific. Bloom made a plea for hope despite what humanity had witnessed in the war. Quote, there are some, the disenchanted among us, who are preaching the gospel of despair. They tell us that there is nothing before us but the long black night. However, the millions who have suffered in this war and have survived refute this firmly. They are determined to make the world a better place to live in, and they will have their way. I'm showing you right here on the screen Barn Roofing from 1951 by Anna Mary Robertson Moses, and Hadrian's Villa from 1958 by Peter Bloom. I see this in Moses's images, her community working together, not to rebuild a world after destruction necessarily, but to strengthen the bonds of neighbors and social connections in order to make a resilient and empathetic world. These memory pictures came through her feelings, convictions, spirituality, and imagination. They are projections of life as she wished it to be, an implicit rejection of the alternative, landscapes of harmony in defiance of currents in a world that might tear a piece apart. Moses's and Bloom's pictures both show what we can be to one another, asserting that such a world is possible. If we envision it, we can make it. Moses's paintings ask, who do we want to be in the world, and how do we show up for one another? Build networks of care that rise to need during crises, and maintain kindness in times of calm. Making eye contact, saying hello, noticing the rhythms of the block, stepping up for that person who needs assistance shoveling or with raking, or their dog walked, noticing with intent of knowing one another, a neighborhood of care and empathy. My reading and looking at Moses's work coincided with a brutal militarized authoritarian occupation of Minneapolis in January to March of this year. I was there, I was living there, still live there. It was hard to focus on work, terrifying and unpredictable. There was an urgency in everyone's body, an impulse to do something to protect neighbors, alert blocks when danger was in the area, volunteer to chaperone kids on the way to school, drive them if necessary, gather food and supplies, deliver them to homes, constantly be on the watch, and film if possible. Artists made posters and flyers, and everywhere, people of all backgrounds and ages put their bodies on the line to stand up for love and justice, even after, especially after, perhaps, the murders of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. In looking at Moses's work, I heard a conversation across time. Kindness and love, courage and justice are timeless. While the national and international coverage likely focused on the inhumane and violent way the occupation was done, I also witnessed Minnesotans countering this with joy, humor, love, and support. A group called Singing Resistance, which my wife was part of, walked through neighborhoods, sang at memorials, and serenaded ICE officers where they slept, promising forgiveness if they changed their minds. Drummers set up through Minneapolis and raised money to support immigrant families. A sex shop, Smitten Kitten, along with churches, All My Relations Gallery, schools, and people's garages became donating and gathering points for the distribution of things to people who were afraid to leave their houses. This showed what was possible, the promise and vision of what community can do together. This is what I see in Moses's work. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to invite all of our panelists back up onto the stage. Okay, we're going to proceed with our Q&A session. I know some of you may have already submitted your questions on pieces of paper or using the chat feature online, but we're going to get started with a few of mine because I have the mic. I think one that really resonated after hearing the end of your presentation, Bob, but I'd like to first pose it to Leslie, is what do you hope that audiences will get from this Grandma Moses exhibition in 2026?
That's a question that I think we got a lot during over the time that we organized this exhibition, and when you work on a project for as long as we work on this one, I think the answer changes, every day. I don't think I go into a project like that with preconceived ideas about what I want somebody to get out of it. It's a learning journey for me, as well as, it's exploring and discovery, and, I appreciated learning so much about her sensitivities and the way she approached the world with using joy and overcoming as these ways of just like getting through. And I think, it's like there were moments when, just as a full-time working mother, I just totally got what she was about. And it was like, get out of the way, I need to do something, So I can relate to that, and I appreciate it. And I think that that's a common thread in the work of self-taught artists sometimes, but it comes in so many different forms, you don't always recognize it as a continuity, is that survival tactic, whatever that is, that's what the art is about. And if you take that away when you look at the work, I think that's an empowerment.
Thank you. That's a great answer. Jane, I'd like to pose a related question to you, which is, we've heard a lot about different exhibitions Grandma Moses has been featured in, and I would love to know something that you're especially excited about the context of the show right now.
Well, I think, I was thinking about the question Leslie was answering as she was talking, and it seems to me that an artist, any artist who becomes famous, does so because what she or he creates resonates with a contemporary audience. And the question that lingers after that moment, after the artist has passed, is what happens now? And does the art survive, and does the art have something to tell to succeeding generations? And I think that what we've seen here today with all of these panelists and in the show as well is that when an art resonates through time, as I think Grandma Moses's art does, it's because there isn't one way of seeing it. It's because the artist has something that speaks to multiple generations from multiple points of view. And each and every one of our panelists today said something completely different about her. And I think that's great. And I think, partly, I think it is because of the remarkable job that Sam and their team have done in putting us all together and assembling the works that create this show. And partly it's also because Moses continues to have something different to say to every person who sees her work.
Thank you. One question that I would like everyone to answer, and maybe I'll kind of start with you, Jamie, and we can pull it around this way. I want to peel back the kind of layers of labor that each of you took on your own before coming here today. And I'm wondering if you could share one thing that you learned that just completely surprised you during your research process.
It's hard because I've been working on Grandma Moses for 20 plus years, and I see her work. I have questions about her work from a public who may be more or less familiar with it on a regular basis. I guess as I was working on, and this may not be what you were looking for, but this is where my mind goes. When I was working on this talk and was invited by Leslie to come and talk about Grandma Moses, I originally thought that I would maybe summarize my essay that I had written for the 2016 exhibition and talk a little bit more about maybe how things have changed in the last decade or so, either in my personal or kind of more broadly speaking in terms of Moses and her reception and the reception of self-taught artists. And I think, people come to the Bennington Museum for lots of different reasons, but I would say as the repository of the largest collection of Moses's work, they come to see her. And as I mentioned in my presentation, they tend to put her on a pedestal. And it's been a real pleasure to be able to see, not just with Moses's work, but when I came for the opening back in December, and I visited the modern and contemporary galleries up on the third floor, it's great to be able to see, though Moses's work isn't up there, but to see self-taught artists like Purvis Young in dialogue with Jean-Michel Basquiat, or the way in which museums are embracing self-taught artists today, and how it's evolved over the last 20 years. During my kind of overseeing of the collection in Bennington has changed dramatically, and I think it's changed in really positive ways that I think are reflected in this exhibition and the symposium, and in the way in which institutions like SAM are handling and presenting the work of self-taught artists. So that was the part of my presentation that I couldn't include because 30 minutes isn't a lot.
Really only 20, I think. But this is an interesting question. I mean, we'll all work our way through in different ways. But and the question is, what surprises, what did we learn in the course of? Well, the talk I gave today was material that hit the cutting room floor. Early on in conversations with Leslie, we thought it might be useful for one part of the catalog to really run with the fame topic, just in the event and the expectation that audiences might needed to be reminded by how absolutely overwhelmingly famous she was. So I ran with it, but when we got all of the catalog essays together, internal and external, for the actual catalog, we realized that nothing was really connecting Grandma Moses's art to Sam's great collection of American art from the 20s, 30s, 40s. So I shifted gears quickly and wrote what ended up in the catalog. So I was thrilled that the Symposium gave me the opportunity to pick that essay up off the floor and present it in this context. But I guess the bigger picture for me, which I guess wasn't so much a research revelation, but soon after I started at SAM as head curator in 2022 and started to work with Leslie and to get to know what was on her plate, she filled me in on the Grandma Moses initiative, which I have to say were 3 words that I never imagined to be in succession together. And I learned about it and I was like, Grandma Moses, like 36 paintings, the archives, like what? And then once I wrapped my head around it in the context of Sam's history and the Sam's collection, of like, I had this of course moment. Of course this is the right thing to do, just fundamentally of course. So I think that was just the fundamental kind of aha moment. This just makes so much sense. On a more granular level, I just love the material culture around Grandma Moses, which was fun to revisit, and the cultural history. And a little bit just getting back to the question that Leslie answered, I just hope the show sparks curiosity. You know, like Grandma Moses didn't bring me into American art history, but her work and this project just sparked so much curiosity for me, and I think whatever you might think or love or not about her work, that I just hope the project sparks curiosity, because it did for me.
I think I probably made pretty clear in my presentation that every single piece of it was a surprise. It was all new information, and I was probably a lot to my colleagues, including you and others over the last few months, with constantly talking about my revelations. From how many different types of glitter she used, to how early she was using it, to how often she was using it, to, oh my God, how has no one looked at this before, all of it. So the whole thing.
And no
the
wonder
best
she
way.
needed to clean the house so often.
I think for me, it was the period of my research that led to my dissertation and learning so much about the 1950 European tour, and specifically the way that the European press responded to her. I mean, she was so beloved, as I can't remember who was, I think maybe Jamie and maybe also Bob used quotations from the response to that tour and how much audiences in Europe were embracing her. And I think that when you read how the American critics responded to that positive reception and how much they were appalled and really wished that, you know, she wasn't being shown there so that other American artists could rise to prominence in the eyes of European audiences. It's pretty remarkable, and it wasn't just true of that moment with the Moses show. It had happened in 1938 when MoMA, or Alfred Barr, organized this massive survey of American art in Paris. That was like the first major survey of American art in Europe, and one of the parts of the show that European critics responded the most positively to were the folk and self-taught artists who were included in that exhibition. So again, for me, it's just like seeing how even a century ago, there was so much excitement around self-taught artists and their relationships to modernism and American identity. And, you know, we kind of lost that somewhere along the way, but it's being revived now, which is great.
So I guess I have 20 years on Jamie in terms of my engagement with Grandma Moses. And so a lot of my foundational research on the artist I did quite a long time ago. But I'm going to pick up on something that Jamie said, which is that the thing that has really changed and that I've seen very happily change is the world around Moses and the ways in which she's been perceived, because the whole idea of the self-taught artist and all of the somewhat offensive names by which it's been termed primitive or naive or outsider was always to set up this dichotomy between the academic mainstream and all of this other stuff, which trained artists very happily poached from, while at the same time maintaining the sense of superiority. And as we've seen that break down, we realize that two things have to happen. We have to revisit the way we look at the self-taught artists, but we're also at the same time rewriting the narrative about the trained artists, because we realize that these two things are not dichotomous. They were intertwined all along. And that's kind of an indirect answer to your question, but those are some of the thoughts that, you know, have interested me in these last years.
Well, I had a lot of surprises along the way. I mean, as my talk suggested, you know, Maria Eipert and I really dug into what happened in those years in Virginia, and so all of it was a surprise in a way, because it was all, and you know, you feel like you're just getting to know the artist when you're digging in and finding all of these, you know, personal stories and then hooking them up with the artworks. But you know, as over time, it struck me like the magnitude of how much she did over so many years and how good she was at everything, that just her way of managing and being an expert and getting through. So I think my biggest surprise in the end was kind of just coming to see Grandma Moses as, I don't know, a bit of a badass.
Speaking of badasses.
Took the words out of my mouth, Bob.
So I get lost in the 20th century, even though I was born in it. I don't remember who's president. I don't remember what year certain things happened, like after 1880. So, you know, when Leslie said, you're writing an essay on Grandma Moses, and I'm like, I'm what? So I ground my stuff as much as I can in primary documentation to try to get in the heads of my 19th century guys. And so I read Grandma Moses's autobiography looking for some of the nuggets that would help me understand what I could say about this that would actually be meaningful. And what struck me was, in a sense, from the 19th century to her life, the more it changes, the more it stays the same. Thomas Cole is a self-taught artist. He sticks 3 of his paintings in a shop window in New York City. He is discovered like Athena springing from the head of Zeus, you know, by John Trumbull and Samuel F.B. Morse, who were like, oh my God, you know, where is this genius coming from? And they basically launched this guy into the public eye in New York City. And from there, he launches Frederick Church. You could make an argument that a lot of those artists are fundamentally self-taught, or at least they're all just hanging out together. Human nature doesn't change that much over the last 200 years. And so I began to develop a comfort with what Moses was doing, and really then a curiosity. I had done work on Rufus Porter, so it was kind of fun to be able to connect those dots back again. But I think the truly jaw-dropping moment for me really was, glitter? Are you serious? Which didn't get into my essay because I actually didn't learn about it until after I had turned the essay in, and I'm looking at paintings with Leslie and she goes, there's glitter, and I'm like, wait, stop. So I guess what I'm saying is, one of the things that keeps me going in art history is there's always that weird moment where I get really excited about something that is not necessarily central to what I thought I was writing about, that then generates where I'm going with it. And so I guess what I would say is that I'm grateful for having had the opportunity to, like, you know, tiptoe into a different end of the pool and come out with something that was both relevant but also really fun to actually put together. I will say also, you know, having been a Civil War buff, diving deep into Stanton, Virginia in the years when Moses was there, relying on Maria's research but also knowing my own family history from that neck of the woods, it really was an opportunity to kind of look at what that landscape looked like for real, and then how Moses isn't going to paint ugly, and so she is going to paint it as a place in the process of recovery which is a really important part of the post-Civil War story.
And for me, I was taken off guard when Leslie and Randy contacted me and said, "We think you could write something at this for the symposium on Grandma Moses," and I had never really thought about Grandma Moses ever. I don't even think I had seen a painting in person, maybe one. So while they were talking to me and trying to coerce me into this, I was like, "What are they thinking? I work on really kind of gnarly, scary topics that people want to avoid." And then I was like, oh, I know what I'm going to write about, because there's this poem that I published in my catalog on Peter Bloom. And, my whole career, I have disregarded labels and boundaries and these stupid ways that people are put in bins in our field, and just tried to see, really taking my cues from looking at how people were exhibiting in the 30s and 40s and 50s, which was everybody that is now put in their separate places by critics inventing these isms, working together and showing together in these large surveys, and so seeing one another's work, whether they were figurative and precise or whether they were sloppy and improvisatory. So I really think about, and when I put things on view as a curator, I put things together that would not seem like they go together, but by putting them together, you get this third idea, and suddenly you see things in them that are different. So then I was like, oh, okay, I think I know why they've asked me to do this. But it was natural to look at that poem because, in part, I wanted to scrutinize my own assumptions about Grandma Moses through going through the exercise of looking at what is this poet assuming her audience thinks about these two people. And so that was exciting to sort of dig into that. But I think, the thing that really surprised me really is just looking at the work itself and seeing how much time and energy and focus is in it, and how she is a virtuoso. I mean, that's what I would say about her. She is, whether she taught herself or not, she really learned a lot through the act of painting and about thinking about how she wanted to come across to people looking at things, and it's all in there. I think the other thing was Gallery Saint-Étienne, the gallery that I think of associated with my friend Sue Coe, who is, I think, the closest we have to a John Hartfield, Otto Dix, or Kathy Kollwitz in our time. They also represented Grandma Moses. How does that work? But I looked at those paintings upstairs and was sitting there in the audience listening to my brilliant colleagues today and thinking, wow, I see Gustav Klimt's landscapes, the way Gustav Klimt would do these layered, super compressed ways of looking at landscape in Grandma Moses' work. And so I can see why your grandfather saw that, and the language was right there with him. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's what I saw.
What a great range of answers. It really just shows whether you've been working on Grandma Moses for 1 year or 40, there's still so much to be surprised by. I have plenty more, but I wonder if I should give you all a chance. Okay. Lindsay is suggesting yes. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay. This is open to anyone. Someone in the audience wants to know if someone can speak to the, quote, primitiveness, end quote, of Moses's work as perhaps connected to the whimsy and playfulness of her images. And how does this relate to how primitivism is remembered more broadly, in parentheses, by male artists?
Next.
I think we're all bristling. I think we're all bristling at primitivism in general, as a way to even start talking about it. I don't know. But the whimsy, I mean, there's nothing primitive about that. That's a sort of a unifying human impulse, is to want to see humor and that fun, and anybody who has kids and is or watches kids or has been around your friends with kids, is going to recognize some of that humor and that the things that happen in daily life throughout her pictures. And so it's an easy way into the pictures to relate to what's in there. I don't know but I don't think that's primitive.
Yeah, I alluded briefly to Moses's bristling at the term primitive. There's a letter, I think, from her son-in-law. I don't remember exactly, but she's writing it to him, and I think she's referring to the title of one of the exhibitions that she's in, and the use of the term primitive, and she very much is conscious of the way in which she's being received. And I think another thing that often, when I observe other people observing Grandma Moses and thinking about her, I live and work in the space that she lived and worked. I have a 13-year-old who lives in Greenwich, actually, not Greenwich, Greenwich. And I drive that between Bennington and Greenwich on a regular basis. And she wasn't that far outside of the culture that she was living in. And she wasn't that far outside mainstream American culture that she was living in. You know, one of the image sources that I published in my essay but didn't include in the presentation was a figure on the cover of a Saturday Evening Post. And it's not a cover that she just randomly found and sourced, but it has Mrs. Thomas Salmon Moses at the bottom. She subscribed to the Saturday Evening Post. So she was more mainstream middle-class American culture than I think we have a tendency to give her credit for. Her work reflects the larger culture in which she was participating than I think we realize.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was Katie or who was it that made this point earlier that, you know, somebody showed the photograph of her on the wagon with the telephone wires. Was it you? In the background, and but all of these people who are shown in the folk art galleries upstairs, they had agency and they made choices, and they had a conscious way that they wanted to make images and work. It wasn't because that was the only way that they could work, because somehow they had this narrow ability. They consciously thought about what was going to be the way that they were going to make art that spoke to them and convey an meaning to other people. And so she made choices about how she was going to craft her images, and that meant that there was lots of things she knew about, but she decided that that wasn't relevant to what she wanted to say.
Thank you. Yeah, I think also if we could kind of poke at the gendered spirit of the question in regards to how Grandma Moses's work was taken seriously and or playfully. Perhaps we could talk about either Sheeler or Norman Rockwell.
I just remember as a little kid, well, no, when I switched majors into art history, my dad, who was not a big fan of contemporary art, would like rant at the dinner table and want to know why Grandma Moses and Norman Rockwell weren't taken seriously as leading artists. And I'm just sort of sitting there going, he didn't live long enough to actually like see that moment shift, but that cyclical nature of what's in and what's out, which says so much about our insecurities and our needs, rather than, and the art kind of waits for us to catch up with it again. Mm-hmm. And to me, what's interesting about the conversation that we're having about showing Moses in the same room, in the same context with artists that we now bucket into different things as though they have always all been isolated, it really does say more about us as an audience and what we need or want or can't actually handle at that moment from that artwork. And I think the willingness to embrace this says a great deal about sort of dropping some of those insecurities about we're not edgy and sophisticated enough and we actually like this stuff, as opposed to some of the things that were being shown in Europe or shown that were considered more avant-garde. And I think that, again, that kind of fashion statement does play into it, and I think it's up to scholarship and kind of stubbornness to basically make sure that that is out in the public eye so that we can push back against that siloing.
I'd like to make a comment, not to your, but to your initial question, which is that something which has always struck me is that Grandma Moses, at least up until this point, was never really fully embraced by feminists. And that is because of her association with domesticity, because of the fact that she's not seen as being, sort of a suffering rebel. There's certain paradigms and stereotypes that people look to even at a time when they are trying to rediscover and give equal attention to formerly neglected female artists, which we haven't yet gone beyond with Grandma Moses. And you can talk about Moses and Norman Rockwell somehow coming out from behind that pop culture ghetto where, celebrity artists and illustrators have been consigned. But nevertheless, if you look at the art market, and although I'm a dealer, I don't think prices mean that much. Nevertheless, look at the price differential today between a Norman Rockwell painting and a Grandma Moses painting. You're talking with Rockwell about someone whose paintings can sell for millions, and Moses has never, ever approached that level, and she's still a woman who has not, in my opinion, gotten her full due.
A couple of things around gender. One is that all of the group shows and like the survey they taught themselves that I put on screen briefly, those were all male dominated. Like Moses was one of the only women self-taught artists who, in this kind of like initial wave of interest, emerged. Most people don't know that the first show of a woman painter at MoMA was an artist called Josephine Joy, which Sam has an incredible collection of her work. So the same disparities that you see in like the overall art world, and this is to Jane's point, you see reflected in this like mini sub-canon or niche of the kind of self-taught art category. But then also, to build on Jane's point a little bit, like there's scarcity, right, in the art world, in the art market, and in the way that art museums and galleries operate. There's only so many opportunities for artists to be seen. So when you belong to a kind of demographic that's been marginalized, whether it's women artists, black women artists, indigenous artists, I mean, there can often be this disapproval that, a woman artist is a self-taught artist like Moses takes up space, right? And that happened too when William Edmondson became the first black artist to have a solo show at MoMA in 1937. Like there was a backlash, among some folks who felt like, why is this the black artist who's gonna get this kind of platform? Same thing happened to Minnie Evans in 1975. So self-taught artists have this like special cross to bear of like when they do get attention, they can often get called out for taking up space that maybe a professionally trained woman artist who's been actively fighting, against the patriarchy in really clear ways would object to. And so that's part of like the tangle of the way that self-taught artists can often like lose allies, I feel like, in the process of being seen.
A zero-sum game.
Yeah.
Perceived.
Another listener from today would like to know how us as art historians have reconciled Moses's loss of dexterity as she got older, and how that has informed the sort of visual analysis you performed in organizing the exhibition.
Well, actually, this is something, there was a lot to cover in this exhibition. And, inevitably that meant that some themes got short shrift. And one of the themes or topics that I would have liked to go into in greater depth was development. She was, as we've said, she was 80 when she had her first show. She switched to paint from embroidery because of her arthritis. But if you look at those early paintings, she had perfect command of her brush, and the precision and the detail that you see in the paintings through the entire decade of the 1940s is remarkable. I mean, there is no age-related impairment that I can detect in any of those works. As she moves toward her 100th year, her hand does get shakier, and she's also less able to handle the larger formats, the paintings. And you can see this if you walk through the exhibition and just pay attention to the dates. The format gets slightly smaller, slightly squatter, and the brush handling becomes much more expressionistic. The brushwork is much looser, and the colors are brighter. And you can say, is that a sign of diminishing ability? But it's also a sign of working with her changing abilities. And it's something, that she even wryly referred to on one occasion. And she said, yeah, I guess I'm getting modern in my old age.
Can I just say that the issue of diminution and age is something, you think about the long pull of art history. Nobody cranks on Titian for getting really loose and abstract. It's all like, oh my God, the late work, this is really awesome. He picks up a different style. And it's like, no, he's getting old. And this is what he can do that is an evolution of that. And I find it interesting that we are, in a certain sense, asking Grandma Moses to be a superhero, moving in her 90s and not actually changing her style, when in fact we have learned to valorize artists who live long enough to have a late style.
Can we talk about late Renoir?
No.
Or Monet.
No.
Or his
Post
lily
Alfred
pad
Barnes,
paintings.
no.
He was blind.
Post Albert
know?
Barnes, no.
No, but to your point is that there are so many instances where an older artist's determination to continue to produce work with physical challenges is valorized and is fed into even a mythology about their greatness that, and I don't know if this person writing in, I don't know that there was an implicit critique there. There may not have been, but maybe it was just an invitation to comment, and I think that may have been the case. But I do think it's a valid point to talk about, but we just have to check ourselves, because there's so many other instances where that diminution in physical ability is brought into a mythos, and we need to be sure to be fair.
But it's also, I see, yet another example of her rising to a challenge. And if the challenge is that she now has impediments to expressing herself in paint that she didn't have when she was a mere 80-year-old, she's going to figure out a way, to surmount them.
She's not as spry as she was when she was 80.
No. Exactly.
May we all be so lucky. Another great observation coming from the audience is that several of you in your presentations touched on the different kinds of editing tactics that Grandma Moses used in constructing her scenes. And this person is asking, does the same editing happen in her writing?
That's a hard question to answer because her writing, she did not write my life's history, like sitting down at one stretch. It was very much a cut and paste job, and she wrote these little snippets of memories, on different occasions, and then they had to be kind of put together by basically my grandfather and Hildegard. There were absolutely things that she simply did not write about. But we don't really know what they are to any great extent because she didn't, just as she chose not to paint certain things, she chose not to recall certain things.
I wonder too, and I apologize to my stack, I'm sure it's growing online right now, but I heard several of you talk about different ways that textiles made an impact on her work. I believe 4 of you today in your presentations. Does anyone want to speak to that or speak to how you're thinking about textiles in relationship to her work? There's no wrong answers.
I think textile practices are like one of the great unsung kind of aesthetic teachers of so many artists who may never be recognized because in most homes prior to like mass textile production of the late 20th century, you would be surrounded by handmade rugs and quilts, and maybe you would have a grandmother or an aunt who did needlepoint, and so I've thought a lot about that, more so in relation to like the development of practices like collage in the 20th century. But yeah, I just think that textile, the influence of the aesthetics of textiles, so like piecework, somebody brought up applique, that was a great, yes, Eleanor, I hadn't thought of that, but like, the way that reuse and then this other idea of creating, kind of decorative placements that don't fully incorporate into a larger background but are placed on top of, like all of these kinds of things that you get to exercise in textile work has so much alignment with what happens in modernist practices like collage and assemblage. And then in Moses's case, like the way that she chooses to divide space in her kind of valley vistas, looking like quilts, and yeah. So I think it's a thing that's there in so much art that maybe has not like one scrap of textile element in the media line, but it's just the way that textile artists put things together becomes a part of painting and sculpture in the 20th century.
Yeah, I'd like to make another point about the embroidery, and I forget who it was who showed the 2 slides next to each other. You? Yeah. When you look at 2 images like that, the embroidery and then a similar subject in painting, what you realize is that you can't mix colors with yarn. That's just not how yarn works. So you have to, if you want to get, a range of colors or a sense of a field fading into the background, or trees and flowers and, all of these things, everything has to be picked out as a single color, and then the cumulative effect is going to be of one color next to each other. So it's really a very impressionistic technique, pointillist technique. And you see very, very directly how Grandma Moses learned to work with color and to create those color effects in her paintings by first stitching them with yarn that could not be blended.
I'm not sure who, and perhaps several of you might want to speak to this, but would anyone like to speak to Grandma Moses's relationship to race while she was working in the 20th century? There are several questions that kind of at the heart of it are interested in understanding what her community was like, who she was living with, and why that impacted how she painted.
I mean, I don't know. Oops, sorry. I don't know that there's a simple answer for that. She's living in different places, and, you know, just want to reiterate with the themes of editing, we know what we know, and there's a lot that we just don't know because she doesn't talk about it. It's not really in the record. We can glean things and we can make deductions from that, but beyond that, there's just a lot of unknowns. So, you know, throughout the exhibition catalog, we try to do that, stitch together those thinkings, you know, what I was saying about when she's living in Virginia. There's clearly a lot of racism running in the background of where she's living, and she doesn't confront it directly, but she mentions it. She doesn't tackle it as her own battle to fight, but she tries to do right by the people that are in her orbit. So, when she's talking about the people that live with her, that work with her, she will have, she talks about various midwives that she worked with who were African American. She has high praise for one, damning critique of the other. So my takeaway is that she's talking about these people as individuals, and when she sees things that she doesn't like, she doesn't participate. So she's not necessarily fighting these battles, but she's also not joining in any of the sort of what she would consider bad behavior. She definitely, throughout the thread of her narratives, she kind of has a running theme of, she grew up on stories of the American Revolution and has a very sort of centered identity as an American looking out for an egalitarian society where everybody has their shot. And beyond that, I mean, there are just things that we can't speak on her behalf and go so far as to say one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, she definitely identifies with the North in the Civil War. I mean, there's no question that, she sees herself on the side of the Union.
I think that's right. And I think that the other thing, I mean, I was particularly interested in her years in the South, being a Virginian. And there is a decently large black community in Augusta County, Virginia at that time. Maria was able to go back through the census records and really understand what that community, the size of it over time, in order to understand its population versus the larger population and how it is ebbing and flowing during that time period. Don't know anything really about what the situation was in, the Cambridge Valley, but it just seems from what I could pull from the material I was working with that she spent more of her time kind of evaluating her relationships with individuals than she did painting with a really broad brush about entire communities.
Piggyback on a key point that Leslie made that I just recalled, there's a part in My Life Story where she is recalling itinerant farmers coming through her region. It could be a scene that she reimagined, that landed on our catalog cover. I'm not quite sure that it was recollection of itinerant farmers, and at a break for lunch that the black itinerant farmers sat separately from the white. So that's just one specific example of her observing customs and rules of the Jim Crow South, but she did not, at least in the edited version of the publication, go on to comment on that, but she was an observer of it and did care at least enough to comment on it. But interestingly, that segregation does not appear in the pictures that we're aware of. Jane, is that fair to say?
Absolutely, yeah.
Perhaps related, someone is asking what we think is implied by her interest in storytelling about the past.
Could you repeat that? Sorry.
So we know, for those who have gone through the exhibition, she has an interest in using painting to participate in this way of storytelling about the past, not necessarily her past. And this audience member is wondering, what do we think that implies?
But it is her past. I don't know. I guess I'm also sort of puzzled by the question.
I guess to the something that comes to mind are the things that happened long before her lifetime.
But don't we all grow up in households where multi-generationally we are given stories about, our grandparents, our great-grandparents, whether they're anecdotal or whether they're real? There's a sense of fitting yourself into the larger cultural narrative of the nation. And, I look back at my landscape painters, and they're constantly folding in commentaries that blend current events with a historical perspective. And they're not beating you over the head with it a lot, but if you know enough about the time period in which they're living, the math works. And I think we've been doing that throughout time. I don't think it's confined to Moses. I don't think it's confined to the 20th century. I think actually if you go back and study any culture's art history, the art, the poetry, everything kind of folds into a sense of how you fit into a longer set of intersecting time currents. And truly, the more it changes, the more it stays the same.
An inheritance.
It is, yeah.
And she was physically still there. That's the other thing. She was living and farming in the same land that her ancestors had lived and farmed and originally settled. So there was a sense of continuity through her life that we've really lost here, many of us, in the 21st century, because we move around so much more.
Yeah, I was just going to say, when she is growing up as a child, she is living in a moment where the oral history and the handing down of family stories, that is how you save the past, and that is how you give things forward, especially if you're not going to rely on your social media feed to remember your grandfather's stories or whatever. So, it's like, this is how you take that memory from one person that gave it to you and you give it back to somebody else. And so I think for her, it's like it's a folk way that she learns as a meaningful way of being part of the intergenerational chain.
I just want to add to that, though, the kind of story of her being asked to paint biblical scenes and saying, no, thank you, I wasn't there and I didn't see any of it, even though probably in our, Western art tradition, we're inundated by so many scenes and many things that you could draw from, but she kind of uniquely says, absolutely not, I'm sticking to what I know, which is really interesting.
But I'm going to Mount Nebo.
Like Courbet.
This is just another example that kind of emphasizes what some other people have said, but we saw an image of a tilt-top table that Moses used as a painting stand. She used various tables over the course of her career to paint on. This is one of them. But it's now in the Bennington Museum collection, and it was said to have passed down to her from one of, I think, great-grandfathers who cleared the land in Washington County. And then she painted on it scenes of the land being cleared and cultivating it. And I think it's a great kind of physical manifestation of how Moses saw history and her lived experience as being one and the same.
Can I make just a slightly different point about storytelling, though, which I think can't be called out enough? It's just her devotion to storytelling is one of the other anchors on her reputation in the 20th century. I mean, she had many headwinds against her for gender and other things and style, but especially if you use Sheeler as a counterpoint, Sheeler asserts these formal principles that resonated with a very different trajectory that had nothing to do with telling a story. And this is why I think the dialogue with, say, Thomas Hart Benton is so interesting, and I get into that a little bit in my essay, and Benton's intersections with mass culture as well. But her devotion to telling a story and to narrative art in the 20th century was one of the great marks against her, among many others.
Yeah, Jamie showed the chart that Barr did, one of his many charts that is extremely intelligible, makes and very rational. But to quantify all of the different ways that people are working, and one of the great examples with humor of that is Ad Reinhardt's drawing of a tree, and it's a realist image of a tree, and all the leaves have different artist names on them, and on the branches that lead to the leaves, there's descriptions like cubism, surrealism, whatever. And the branch that is heaviest and is also weighed down by a comical, I don't know, Acme Roadrunner and Coyote weight that's like pulling it down, there's a crack, the weight says subject matter on it.
Yeah, it's cracking.
One last selfish question. I guess I could make this. Oh, okay. I'll take a cue from Lindsay. Are any of her children or grandchildren still alive, and have they been helpful in fleshing out her story?
Okay, well, so she had 13 grandchildren, and after that I lose count. They're all over the place. Do you have any idea how many there are, Jamie?
We have, we had a family reunion of sorts when we reinstalled the Moses Gallery. It's going on 10 years ago now. It's been reinstalled since then, but I think we had 4 generations or 5 generations present and something like 35 or 40 family members present. So they still very much live and work in the area. There's a Moses farm stand just down the road from Mount Nebo that you can go and buy Moses tomatoes from today. Her family is very much present in the community. Will Moses, her great-grandson, who's also an artist, was formerly served on committees at the museum. He hasn't for a little while, but yeah, they're still very much a part of, and obviously Jane works with them a lot, but
Yeah.
there's a lot of them.
And many of them have been down to see the show already.
Great. Well, I think before we adjourn, I do want to thank you, Lindsay, not only for running up with that great last question, but for all of your work today, putting this event together.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Lindsay.
much.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you also to all of our panelists and to everyone joining in person or online. I'm sure we can hang out for a few more questions before we move to the reception.
Can I ask Bob a question?
Right now? Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, it might be a question that they had too. Did you learn anything about the author of that poem about Bloom and Moses? Do we know anything about the author?
Very little, but I was able to find out that, so she went to Smith, and she was a professor there, I believe. Her mother was an art history professor at Smith. Her father was from, oh my God, I should have my notes. He was from South America, I can't remember what country, but he became famous performing as an opera singer, but also like this indigenous, like singer and performer who had like a stage name that was like Chief something. Anyway, really colorful family, like all sorts of different kinds of things that they did. And they were also clairvoyants. So, I mean, I'm like, why didn't I know about this lady? But, but tracking down her other writing is not easy. There's at least, like, there's like a play that she wrote with somebody, but I haven't been able to, like, find it. I don't know what else she wrote, so it's weird that it's this kind of outlier that showed up in the New Yorker in 1949. But she has this, I'll dig up my notes and tell you. There's a lot that I found out just about her lineage, but I don't know very much about what her life was like. Yeah.
Did you mean who resident here and want some more questions? No. Okay. Thank you so much, and we will see you all in the lobby.